to our May 14th, 2024 regular meeting of the Board of Education. We are here at Meads Middle School with our Patriots night. I know everyone's looking forward to the presentation from our kids, but we do have a few orders of business to get to. First of all, we'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance, and I think I'll be handing it over to you guys.
Oh, there's the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much and welcome again. We're joined here tonight by our superintendent of schools, Dr. R.J. Weber.
Hello.
And then up here in front is what I consider to be the best team in the business, the Central Office Leadership Team. We're also joined by, if you guys could tell us, who are you? Student leadership? Or stand, whatever's coming.
Hi, I'm Logan.
I'm seventh grade. My name's Sarah.
I'm Anna. I'm Paula, and I'm the treasurer. Hi, I'm Aubrey Joel. I'm an 8th grader.
My name is Monsa and I'm an 8th grader.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the nice welcome and for leading us.
Thank you very much. Good job.
Thank you. All right, next up we have our roll call. I'll turn it over to our secretary, Ms. Stewart, please.
All right, President Lindsay Wilson. Vice President McIntyre. I'm here. Hello. Treasurer Campbell Voitel. Here. Trustee Mazurek.
Here.
Trustee Meyer. Here. Trustee Prescott.
Hi, everyone. I'm here.
And Secretary Stewart here.
Excellent. Thank you again. And that brings us to number 4 on our agenda, the adoption of our agenda. And I'll hand it over to our Vice President, Ms. McIntyre, please.
Okay, I'd like to bring forth motion 100 that the agenda be adopted as presented.
Support.
All right, so I have a motion properly presented by Ms. McIntyre and supported by Ms. Meyer. Any discussion on our agenda? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, our agenda passes, and that brings us to our consent resolutions. Once again, I'll hand it over to Ms. McIntyre, please.
Okay, our consent resolutions are items that have been presented to the board in previous formats. I'd like to bring forth motion 101 that the board accept the consent agenda items for approval as presented. This includes 5A, minutes of the April 23rd, 2024 Board of Education meeting, 5B, special call Board of Education meeting on May 16th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. at Old Village School. 5C, 2024-25 Livonia Career Technical Education Cooperative Agreement. 5D, overnight and or out-of-state field trip requests. That includes 5D1, Northville High School Pom-Pom MAPP Summer Camp in Alma, Michigan from June 16th to the 20th, 2024. And 5E, bill warrants totaling $3,474,195.96.
Support.
All right, so I have a motion, once again, properly presented by our Vice President, Ms. McIntyre, and supported by Dr. Campbell Voitel. Before we vote, any discussion, I will say for folks in the public here, these items which were just read through, including our minutes, board meetings that we're announcing, field trip requests, bill warrants, these are all items that we've either previously discussed in prior meetings or at subcommittee, like the last item for $3 million, the bill warrants. So just a little color on that. Any discussion, any questions?
I just wanted to highlight our agreement with the Livonia Career and Technical Education Cooperative. I just want to thank Mr. Boffman and everyone involved in making sure that that happens. I really appreciate every year that can provide this opportunity and others to our students and can work with other districts so that we can, give various educational pathways for our kids.
I guess I'll make another comment, and to right on your point, we were just in Lansing last week and participated in a presentation looking at practices that various districts are using around the school. Luckily, we got to present something as well, but there was a big presentation on one of the schools looking at career tech and what they're doing in that. And, it was kind of it felt good when we had these other schools presenting. Karen and myself were looking at it, we're going like, oh, well, we're doing that. They did another one. We're like, okay, we're already doing that. We're already doing that. So it felt good that we were kind of out of the game. But this career tech is a big thing, right? I mean, well, we have a school district that has a preponderance of people who go into higher education. It isn't actually for everybody. And we need to provide opportunities for everybody in our district, regardless of where they see. So I support that comment, and I wanted to just reiterate that piece.
Thank you.
I would add that we have a lot of students who do go to higher education, especially at the health office, to do the career tech program.
Yeah.
A lot of them will go to the health office program before and then go on to science and medicine.
So,
All right, good points. No, thank you for that. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, our consent resolutions passed. Thank you so much for that. That brings us to our communications, number 6 on our agenda, and I will hand it over to Ms. Stewart, please.
All right. So we have received lots of emails at npsboe@northvilleschools.org communication. And for the public, it's the email address that anyone can use to send communication to the board. And we get all of those and we read them all, including all of the ones that came in today. So thank you, Megan, for sending those over today as well. We also received the Northville Youth Network program report for April 2024.
All right, thank you so much. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, just really quickly, I mean, it's always a wonderful report from the Northville Youth Network, but I just wanted, what struck me was on the heels of opening the skate park, that it said in there that the Dominic Dunn Memorial Fund is going to be offering free skateboards and lessons. And I think that's really wonderful that this family has chosen to bring forth so much for other kids in memory of their own. So it just really struck me, and I'm very grateful and thankful. And I know a lot of people have, had to work on that.
Thank you I'd like to just amplify your shout out to the Dunn family. I had the honor really to be present at the dedication of that skate park. It was lovely. And there were a lot of really meaningful words spoken, not only by Dominic's mother, but his brother and his best friend. So they were all, seminal to the development of the skate park. I had a chance to speak to one of the instructors, the skateboard instructors at that event, who acknowledged that our elementary aged kids would be fully comfortable in that kind of a setting. So it's not just older college 20s, high school kids, but even our littles can go there, and that they have programs to help them develop some confidence on a skateboard. So I highly recommend that the full community go, even maybe a grandmother or two.
I don't bounce as good as I used to, so I'm gonna pass on that one.
The elbow pad.
I actually brought my deck from back in the day on the opening day, and what was great as well, besides the young kids, we're talking to the guys and the gals who were into this way back in the day at 60, 65 years old, and they're just saying, this is the nicest. This one guy couldn't stop telling me, like, this is such a blessing to have a place to come of this quality. And that's, to me, the love of a mother. I mean, she was not going to be stopped. And what an honor to her child through helping so many others. And to do something that at first glance back in the day, I think people thought skateboarding was kind of, a fringy type of thing. But when you saw everywhere from 4-year-olds ripping to 70-year-olds, and everyone being so nice to each other, I'm really, really proud of the township and her for making that happen.
It was, Mr. President, I'd like to make one more comment before we move on, and that is in regards to the NYN, Northville Youth Network report. And just to maybe not as big of a feel-good comment, but just a comment of important note under the text for their activities around youth support services. They are drawing our attention to the fact that the referrals among elementary age youth have surged by 18% from January 2024 to the present compared to 2023. And yes, part of this is improved case finding and also capacity to address the needs of elementary school students too. So, but when we think about mental health and the services that NYN provide, it's not only to our teens who are in important life transitions and our high schoolers who are working hard and maybe experiencing some stress, but also our elementary school students. So I'm glad that we have that capacity to identify and to meet the needs of those kids in elementary school. So thank you.
Excellent, well said. All right, thank you for those comments. All right, that brings us to the highlight of our night, our Meads Mill School presentation. I'll turn it over to Mr. Lambden or O'Neill. Both, all right.
So you'll notice that Mr. O'Neill has injured his left wheel, and I expected to hear something, and because of his upcoming retirement, he was just trying to get ready. And this will be a little bit of an emotional night for many members on the board, in the sense that this is Mr. O'Neill's final meeting with us as a board. Yeah. And so we can't wait to see what you have planned for us, you and Will. But just wanted to acknowledge that you're limping for a reason.
Yeah, you know, the pickleball thing. Yeah, that was a Mother's Day mishap, which makes me think, am I really ready for retirement? I'm not so sure. But anyways, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Weber. Welcome to the Board of Education. Dr. Weber, members of the Central Office Leadership Team, Northville Public Schools, those that are here from the community and our Meads Mill community. I'm here with Will Lambden, our assistant principal. I don't know if, no, we're starting with PTSA. So actually our first presentation is our PTSA president, Ron Frazier. So he's going to spend some time and talk, and then we'll come back up here and then connect with you. Yes, you're up first.
No pressure. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Ron Frazier. I am the PTSA president here at Meads Mill. And tonight I just want to talk a little bit about what the PTSA has done this year. For this year, we have created a theme of growth because there are a lot of ways we wanted to grow the organization. Like many of the PTSAs and PTAs, we've kind of suffered since COVID. It's been hard for us to rebuild. So we wanted to really focus on rebuilding things and growing a lot of different programs. So the first thing we did was growing our volunteers. We reached out to all the 5th grade parents at the elementary schools that feed into Meads Mill, and we let them know that PTSA is here and what we do, what we offer, what opportunities there are, and that paid off. We had a lot of volunteers come over and join. We filled all our committees. We brought back some old committees that hadn't existed in years, and we created some brand new ones. We'll talk about those in a little bit. Wrong button. Okay, there we go. We also grew our membership by 20% over last year, and we were recognized by the Michigan PTA as one of the fastest growing PTAs in the state. But growing our programs is the most important thing, adding new services for our students. We started off with just a bulletin board committee. There's a bulletin board out there, and every month we put an inspiring way for students to practice personal growth. We just change it every month, and it's a fun thing. We expanded our book cart program. This was kind of in a trial last year. We made this a full-blown program, and this is really just a way for students to get free books because not every kid has a book, or maybe they don't have English language books at home. So any student can take a book, bring it home, and keep it. They don't have to return it. And we have to restock this frequently. The books fly off the cart. It's really popular. We move it around the school so everyone can get a chance to use it. And this is one of the ways that we've actually grown outside of Meads Mill is we partnered with Silver Springs because they have a somewhat similar book program over there. And when we get donations for elementary students, we send our books to them and they send their middle school level books to us. So we work together on that. We brought back the PTA Reflections program. The last time this was done was here at Meads Mill was 2019. And this, I think, is a really vital program. It's a good spotlight on student creativity, student interest, and student passion. We had 14 entries. We sent our winners to the state competition, and 2 of the students received honorable mentions at the state level. We funded about $3,200 in mini grants this year that benefited the gym class, art, mathematics, band, And we're also sending the students of the Patriot Links program on a field trip to the learning enrichment, what is it? Yes, the Living Learning Enrichment Center. Thank you. Slipped my mind. Yes, they're going on a field trip there next month. But the big thing is our student PTSA. This is our new program that we've created here, and this is kind of the cornerstone of what we've been working on this year. And so this is the first student PTSA group in Northville, and we meet once a week. And the goal of this is, first of all, just to get students involved in the things that PTSA already does, get students working alongside parents or even working on their own on projects. It promotes student voice. Students can come to us and tell us, what they're interested in seeing in the school, and we can figure out how PTSA can help them achieve those goals. And it just provides some extra leadership opportunities for students. So we started off really easy. We had a student collaboration project back at the end of the summer, and we just asked students to share a way that they wanted to grow themselves over the course of the year. And we put this little banner out in the hallway. We did something similar in October. We had students write thank you notes to the principals for National Principals Month, and they came to our October meeting and presented that to Mr. O'Neill and Mr. Lambden. And then in February, we got the students involved in a fundraiser, and when we met our goal, they all earned a Freezer Pop reward at lunch, and that was really popular. Our big project for the year is the student dance. We started planning this in February also. There hasn't been a dance here at Meads Mill in, I think, like 15 years or so from what I hear. And the students really wanted this, so we decided we were going to bring it here. This is a collaboration of the Student PTSA, Student Council, and our Student Life Committee. Student Life is another new committee that we created, and this is another way that we've grown outside of Mead Mill. We actually partnered with a couple of Winchester parents, 5th grade parents. They came over a year early to help us get some of these programs off the ground for next year. And so the student dance, every aspect of this has been directed by student voice. They brainstormed ideas for the theme. They put those ideas out to all the student body to vote on. And the winner of the vote was glow in the dark. So we're gonna have a glow in the dark dance. But they're choosing which activities we have, and they're gonna help decorate the gym for this. So every aspect of this is really like a spotlight of student involvement and student voice. In March, we took 4 students to Lansing for Michigan PTA Advocacy Day. And there they got to sit down and meet with our legislators, share some things that were important to them, learn a little bit about how legislation works. And it was a really educational experience. And then the students that were able to stick around a little later got to sit down, got to meet with the governor for a photo shoot and take some selfies. So that was a really popular thing. And then just this month, we did a grounds cleanup at Meads Mill. The garden hasn't been really cleaned, I think, since before COVID. So we let the students vote on like what mulch color we wanted to go with. And then we went out there on a Saturday morning and just did some weeding and put mulch down. And lastly, for Teacher Appreciation Week, the students wanted to get involved. They came up with some ideas. They decided they wanted to sell some candy to raise money and use that money to buy gift cards for the teachers. And then at lunchtime, they also made some notes of appreciation for the teachers, and we decorated the school with those. And then they had this idea of a song of the day. So every day on the morning announcements, they had a song picked out that they played for the teachers. And so that's really it. That's what we've worked on this year. Next year, we'll have a new theme, but we're going to continue working on growth because there's a lot more to do, especially with our student group. That's one of our big projects. So we're going to work on that. But we have a lot of ideas still. And I just want to thank all the volunteers that have made everything that we do possible. And I want to thank everyone all the staff that have helped, especially Mr. O'Neill, Mr. Lambden. You have been super supportive of every idea we've had. And I can't appreciate it more. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron.
There, that's on. So again, welcome to Meads Mill for this evening's presentation. I want to start out by talking about something that, what stuck in my mind sometimes is when I talk to people about Meads Mill, And in general, I talk about educators. I say, you know, it's not about the building. It's about what's in the building and who's in the building. It's about the people. And I still believe that to be true. However, when you talk about buildings that need to meet the needs of your kids and staff from a physical nature, that has a huge impact on teaching and learning. So the first thing that I want to say is we're extremely excited what's coming down the road here at Meads Mill. And I'm speaking about the renovations and our updates. So what we've done is we've got a few renderings and a few schematic drawings that we want to share with you to talk about what's on the horizon. And it's really exciting for us. It's impactful. I know when we did this media center in the Fishbowl, one of the things, and I kicked myself because when we were presenting that year, I really didn't say much about it. And someone said, you should really be excited. And I'm like, yeah, we are. And I had to get away from, well, it's always about the people, but I feel like the physical structure of a building is really impactful. And there are needs here that are going to be addressed. Now, we're not going to show you everything. There's so much that's going to be going on. I know you'll be updated through the upcoming renovations that are going to take place here, but we do want to show you a few schematic drawings and a few renderings. And we'll go to the first one. And the thought process behind it. So when you look at this, this is a first rendering of the front of our school. Looks much different right now, right? So one of the things that we talked about as a group, and I got to say, this isn't something that we've done in isolation. It's been with central office, Dr. Weber, TMP, AUK. One of the things that was mentioned to me is how this area and Meads Mill sits on a really beautiful piece of property. And it does. But one of the things that I've noticed when I got here, and this is a story from long ago, the original principal here, and I think it was before Mr. Longridge, was a Central Michigan University grad. And how can you tell? By the red on the outside. So fire up chips. I went to CMU, but sometimes I think it takes away from the landscape and the nature. So we're trying to tie in a building that enhances our piece of property, doesn't overwhelm it, but is part of it. And so when you look at the front of the building, I think this is what is going to be offered in the upcoming few years when it's renovated in the front. You can see the canopy, the entrance, and so it's really welcoming. So that's one of our first renderings. This is an outdoor classroom. So we went to the front of our building. Now you're looking at the back of the building here. Now in the back of the building, we have an old greenhouse, a greenhouse that was renovated. That's going to be taken out. And so what you're looking at there is a outdoor classroom, and connected to it is our new STEAM area. And so this is going to be really, updated. It's going to be excellent for the programming that we're going to be offering to our kids here at Meads Mill. One of the things that we're really excited about is the fact that when you can have something indoor and outdoor, especially when we're talking about STEAM and we're talking about robotics and medical detectives and those classes, they do need to use the outdoors from time to time, or flight and space is a big one that needs to use something, and it's right outside. The classroom is set outside. And again, it's just some beautiful landscaping with the sidewalks and just a very nice back of our building that's actually going to be used. It's really never been used. And so we're really excited about that. That's going to extend out in the back. Here's one of the renderings for our STEAM edition. There's actually about 3 rooms to it, but this is just gives you a little bit of an idea of how this is going to look. In our STEAM room, we'll have like 3D printers, laser cutters, and so forth. But again, this just gives our kids an opportunity to do a lot of hands-on learning. One of the things that's not included in this rendering is there's a room that's just going to be for robotics competition. Something we don't have, something we absolutely need. It's a very, very popular program for 8th grade, and we're excited to have that. There'll also be some extra storage and so forth, but that is in the back of the building here. That's going to be one of our additions. Now, we really want to focus on collaboration and connection, and here's why. If you look this way, we have the A pod here, and we have the B pod here. within those pods are centrums. If you come into Meads Mill any day, you will usually see a bunch of students collaborating, working together out of the classrooms in those centrum areas, both in the A and B pod. But it kind of stops there. It doesn't continue. So what we're doing here is we're going to be continuing that. And for some reason, we've called pods, not those pods are A and B, but behind the counseling offices here, support staff is the C pod, even though it doesn't look like a pod, is the D and then E pod. And if you can see up on the drawings here, on the right is the C pod behind the support staff here. That's going to be opened up. It's all just locker banks and hallways. But we're going to open that up. We're going to put in collaboration spaces because the science teachers here and some of the other classrooms don't have that opportunity. And the kids like to get out of the classrooms. They love to do different things. They love to collaborate. So we're going to give them that opportunity. In the middle, you can see what those two breakout spaces kind of will look like. And that's right behind this area here. And then the lost pod, in my estimation, is always our E pod. It's at the very far end. It's kind of like that forgotten kid sometimes. And it's really on the far end of our building. It has absolutely no collaboration space. So what we've created is down the E pod, you can see where it says CB. There will now be a collaboration space there for all of our 7th grade teachers and some of our language teachers to utilize. And again, that's just a continuation of what we do in the A and B pod and just going throughout our building. Okay. Next slide, Mr. Lambden. Connection is really important in flow. Meads Mill has one main hallway. It's right here. In fact, you can't even see it, but it goes all the way down to our cafeteria and our gymnasium. We want to open that up, which we are going to open it up. The support staff rooms will go over here. We'll have a straight line vision all the way down to the cafeteria with those collaboration spaces. And then, because we are putting in the STEAM room, we're going to build a hallway that connects to the E-pod. And you can see in the yellow line that there is a circular way that kids can come and go. That flow is really important. It's important for safety, less traffic, and so forth. And it connects our E-pod to part of our building, which quite frankly hasn't been done ever since it was, I don't know when that renovation happened. It might have been like 15, 18 years ago. So we're really excited about that. So that's just a few things with the updates that are going to happen here at Meads Mill. We're really excited about our renovations. I know that's in the works. Mr. Lambden's been really involved, so has central office leadership and operations and TMP and AUK and Dr. Weber. It's all hands-on with this, and we've had various stakeholders in the process, so we're really excited about that. So what we're really excited about is our presentations this evening. And it's really student voice. You're going to hear from our students. So we have 4 presentations, and they'll be in 2 rooms, and Mr. Lambden's going to go over the logistics with you in just a moment, but I do briefly want to touch on them. I think the really nice thing about this is the fact that it's authentic, and it's been something we've either started this year or even last school year. So that's a nice thing. We can talk to you about how it's gone in year 1 or year 2. The first one is RP. We all know that's restorative practices. The district has been really heavily involved in that the last 2 years. I've thoroughly enjoyed the training that I've gotten from it. It's been invaluable for me as a building principal. I know Mr. Lambden and I talk about it often. We utilize it often, so it's helped us. But it's also trickled down to our staff, with training to our staff. And it actually has now reached our kids, which I think is what we want to do, right? So everybody's on board, everybody's involved with it. So you're going to hear from our kids about their experiences in listening circles. The next thing is Desmos, which is a math resource that we started this year. And you're going to hear from Ms. Maurer and various students about Desmos and how that's going. It's really about student engagement, and so they'll tell you a little bit about that. And then the next presentation will be Be Nice, which is a mental health program that we're using and utilized here alongside with Hillside. It's been very popular. You're going to hear from our kids again about the Be Nice program and everything it offers to our students from a mental health perspective. And then the last one is ELA intervention. It's a support class that we created here at Meads Mill through our Title I funding, and we're really excited about it. And I know the presenter, Tanya Traylor, is really going to pitch on the need for it, how it's worked this year, and how it's really helped our kiddos that are struggling in reading. And so that's a big thing. I think it's a well-rounded presentation because it touches on a lot of things, curriculum, mental health, and culture and climate. And that's what we're about here. So we hope you enjoy it. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Landry because he's going to talk to you about the logistics. We're going to get you up and moving around, but not too far.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. And I really do think if we can give Mr. O'Neill a round of applause, because this is his last board meeting. I know he's probably more excited about that than what he'll let on. But I will say,
a lot of us have to go to DC tomorrow morning, so we have to be at the airport at 4:15 in the morning. So I'm included. So we got to get some sleep too.
I'm going, but I don't get the luxury of going on the trip. Great. But I just want to say my appreciation of Mr. O'Neill. He's been a leader for me. He's been inspirational of who I am and where the building needs to go in the future. So really just wanted to say thank you to him here too. So as we break up, this side of the board, if you can go, we are going to go to A10 and A1. It'll be a double presentation. So you'll stay for one 10-minute presentation and then a second 10-minute presentation, and then we'll flip-flop. So if this half of the board from President Wilson on, if you can go to A10, I think you will be starting with RP and Desmos. And if follow Mr. O'Neill. And then if this side of Colt can go with them to RP and Desmos, and then you guys can go to Be Nice in A1. So, and you can follow me, and that side of Colt can follow. And anybody who wants to come see the presentation, you are absolutely welcome to come to the rooms. So we will be in A10 and A1 in our A-pod.
he is. Closing thoughts or?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for taking the time to listen to our staff, listen to the kids for sure. Hope you enjoyed the presentations. I got to hand it to our students for being available tonight and putting themselves out there. Thank you. It's always great to hear from the kids.
Awesome. Any comments, questions from board members?
Well, I have many to make about Mr. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna cry. I gotta be really careful, Mr. O'Neill. But we're gonna save those because you have to get on a plane at 4 o'clock in the morning until your retirement. But for those in the room, there is a retirement celebration for everybody. So some comments will be reserved. And again, with respect to 8th graders who may be having to get on a plane, and Mr. O'Neill who has to get on a plane, among maybe some teachers as well, I just want to very quickly shout out about the ELA intervention class addressing kids from the 25th to the 40th percentile. I think I've been on the board over 8 years now, and I can't remember a time where a program was presented that was targeted to that group of kids. And I hear a lot of parents who are talking about that group of kids, right? They're not special ed, they're not learning consultant kids that are getting tier 3 support, but kudos for, trying new things with that group of kids. That's my only.
Yeah, I would do this. Do you guys do this? I mean, truly, that's what we hear a lot, right? The kids in the middle are the kids that are overlooked a lot for that kind of intervention. So really excited to see that. Really loved seeing the math Desmos. I know it was kind of rushed, and that's okay. But it was really, I mean, I have a 6th grader, so we're starting to see this in my house as well. But it was really cool to see from the higher level perspective, like how it helps, how it engages kids, and it makes sense and it feels like a game because then it does keep them engaged and collaborative, and it's what we're working on. So.
Right, it's right in line with what our goals are as a district, which is to have problem-oriented learning and collaboration. And I think that one of the really magnificent, aspects is that there's no ceiling. It'll take you as high as you want to go. And so every child within their range of readiness can rise to their greatest ability. And I think that, we're bringing more and more learning opportunities designed around those kinds of parameters. And, I salute it. So thank you for that work.
I love anything math related. So I love seeing Desmos being used, right? And kind of listening to the kids talk about, it may not be a perfect fit for everybody yet, right? And you have to adapt to it. Some people are going to see it as really beneficial now. Some people at the very high end are like, yeah, I got this. It isn't as important, but I love us experimenting and trying and looking at how to capture kids' attentions and get them excited about things, even if it means doing it in a way that's playing games or anything else, right? Don't want to talk about that too much anymore though, but RP, restorative practices. I'm not the most touchy-feely kind of this group, so restorative practices stuff isn't, there are other members of the board who get more into this, but I like the fact that the kids talked about restorative practices, and, there are some kids who are more vocal and therefore they're more involved. There's some kids that are just shyer or they don't necessarily know they want to open up, and they talked among themselves about how do we make some changes so that it gives the entire audience an opportunity to share their voice in that. And that was probably more powerful to me to anything else, is the kids recognizing it and wanting to figure out how to have that balance and making sure that those kids who maybe are a little bit more reserved or are scared to say what they're going to say what they want to say, giving them a platform and wanting to let them have their voice heard too, versus the people like me who you're going to hear my voice no matter what happens, right? So I love that aspect. I love the kids talking about that.
In terms of the restorative practice, every school that we've gone to this year, we've gotten to see it in action, and I never get tired of it. And it's always a different experience, and we get to learn a little bit more about the students, about the culture of the school, and about the program itself. And it's just wonderful. It just lifts me up. And I have so many positive things to say that I'm concerned I have overjoyness, which is a term I learned from Be Nice. I had never heard that term before. I really am kind of feeling it a little bit right now. I need a calm down playlist. It was really kudos to the teachers and the students for sharing and being vulnerable about the things that you experience that maybe wasn't necessarily perfect, like the Desmos. I really appreciated everything I heard, and I really enjoy seeing things that we discuss either amongst ourselves or with, that with in action. We heard about Desmos, and seeing in action and seeing how it impacts your life was really wonderful. So kudos to everyone. It was a wonderful presentation.
Nice. I feel like everyone's already gotten a lot of the things I had written down. But man, I know it's like there's so many things to pick from, and we're trying to get everyone out of here. One thing that I'm just going to go with kind of a silly thing here. So the coffee house Friday reading, can you send like an invite? Can we just come and read with you guys quietly for an hour? Please, I would love to. And I think it's so, it's just, I mean, the whole thing, it's all been very inspiring. So thank you. Yeah.
Can I lift up something too that one of the students said that I really appreciated around the restorative practices conversation? I think it's super relevant for so many things. A student kept saying, we hear things, we hear language in the hallways, and it's normalized, and we just kind of hear it, and we don't think about the impact. And I think sometimes in schools and in communities, we can normalize things that actually are harmful. We just don't notice it. We're not sure what to say and how to say it. So I really appreciate the students for naming that and really bringing that forward into the circle. And I think it's something that as adults, we can also really be mindful of, that what are the things that we choose to kind of overlook, even though we know like, oh, actually, if someone said that to me directly, it might upset me. So I really appreciate the students showing us that vulnerability and really naming that and putting that into the conversation today. I think that was super helpful. So thank you to you and your team for leading that charge and really making it practical and accessible and continuing to improve that so that all kids have a voice to name things that are harmful and also helpful, that there is a balance to that. But thank you for that.
Just a few points from me. First of all, thank you for having us here and the warm welcome and the great Pledge of Allegiance from the student leaders. It's great to be here. I've had some really memorable moments here. I remember I didn't think that you could top a year or two, I forget if it was a year or 2 years ago when you guys played the Ukraine national anthem. I want here, but this was equally special here, and it's really great. Thank you for that. First of all, the PTA, I don't know if any of those folks are here, but I do want to congratulate the PTA on all the great work that they have done this year. There they are, for some of them. First student dance in a while, first student PTSA, I want to say, in Northville or whatever. Congratulations. I mean, it takes energy to make new things happen. And so I just want to give a shout out to the PTA. A couple other quick things. Desmos and Reading 180. It's so cool to see these new programs in action. I actually got to see a different lesson in Desmos at parent camp. And I was just blown away again by it. I think it's such a great platform, and the way the teachers are able to see what the students are doing, in real time, rather than having to wait and see the homework come in and grade it later. I just think it's like AI. It's a technology that's just making things able to happen so fast. Looking forward to the proposal. I think it's Miss Trailer, right? In the fall, I think you mentioned. A couple other things. The quotes from students are always so memorable and blow me away. On listening circles, one of the students said, I won't name any names, but he said, or she said, you can tell how many students have changed because of it. I mean, we can talk all we want about how great restorative practice is, but to hear a student actually say that he or she can tell how great it is by how many students she's seen in her world here change, I think is remarkable. And then about be nice, this one also blew me away. It took me a while to write it down and understand it, but be nice lets you not just let others know you, but lets you know yourself. And I just thought that was really a cool reflection or meditation or whatever. A young middle schooler came up with that. I just thought that was really remarkable. My last piece here is we're really excited about all the work that's going on here. The renovations, everything that you laid out, STEAM, the outdoor experience, the canopy, the open corridor here, and the way the pods will be open. And that just leads me to my last point. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. I got to know you probably best in this room, doing the bond teamwork and going through all the learning sessions. And so this building is really going to miss you. You've done so much here. Great job once again. So thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
So how many youngsters will be going to DC with?
How many am I going with?
Yeah.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
5 buses.
Love it.
5 buses, so over 200.
So I'm looking back at the staff right now and some of the students who are here, and thank you. It's just the ability to hear it through the students, but also to see your courage in pushing things forward that matter and that matter to our kids, all of our kids. Meant a lot. And on the Be Nice aspect, there's an activity where you got to create your own playlist, and I think I'm going to make mine and I'll send it to you guys. But I'll share there's 6 buckets, and one is for strong emotions. So a song that reminds you of a good memory. So when I was in the 8th grade, my very first concert was one Mr. Billy Idol. So I chose Rebel Yell and Blue Highway, a song that makes you think of a loved one. Heard it in a love song, Marshall Tucker Band. That was one of my dad's favorites. And then a song that reminds me that you are loved. And that would be a Redemption Song by Bob Marley, and then Wish You Were Here as well by Pink Floyd. So I just love the fact that you're having kids create playlists and allowing them to listen. Music is a beautiful language. So to everybody who is here presenting tonight, Brad, I'm going to miss the invites for mashed potatoes and chicken finger day. Always give me the heads up so I can wheel over here and get them. And to Will, good luck tomorrow. I hope you can wrangle everybody on that bus. But just want to say for everyone who presented tonight, thank you so much. And believe you me, you're not compelled to stay. So have a great night. Thank you.
O'clock.
Oh,
they gotta be at the airport.
Tell Brad to bring lots of Band-Aids and Epsom salt.
Oh my goodness gracious. They walk like 20,000 steps a day there.
I know I was.
I mean, if you had a step counter, that's what my son did. He said he did 20,000 a day. It was unreal. He loved it, but they don't stop.
So we're not.
Oh, they're loud.
Yeah.
They're handfuls.
Yes, especially when there's some freedom too. That was fantastic. All right. Aaron, I think, is next.
That's cool.
Aaron, you can do orchestra? Orchestra?
No.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on. Lindsay, we can move on from 7A into the 8A ABCD Awards.
Brings us to our superintendent's report. I'll hand it over to Dr. Weber.
And I'll hand it right back. ABCD Awards.
Who's up first on ABCD?
I am up on ABCD. So these ABCD awards are awards that are members of staff that have gone above and beyond the call of duty, who have been nominated by students, faculty, parents. And so today, the first person I get to read about is Amy Ernst, who is a science teacher here at Meads. Is Miss Ernst here? No? Oh, okay. Oh, also math teacher. Thank you. She was nominated by 3 students. The first student said she was the best math teacher I have ever had. Also, she would let me come in for lunch whenever I needed any help. She helped me understand math better. She made math fun and more understandable. She's always so kind and always has a smile on her face. I always felt welcomed in her classroom. The second student said she's an amazing math teacher. I've always had a hatred towards math, and she made the subjects less hateable and helped me understand it more. Without her, I would not be doing as well in math as I am today. It's all thanks to her. And the last student said, Miss Ernst has helped me truly understand math and has been kind, caring at the same time. Miss Ernst has been one of the best teachers I've ever had. So thank you, Miss Ernst, for having such an impact on your students.
All right, I'm up next. So I have Dunya Sandaya. And there I was like, she left. She was here. I know she was here. All right. She's an ELA teacher here at Meads Mill. You've been nominated by 2 students tonight. She is always helping me and giving me the extra attention I need to succeed. Even if it is not academic, she's still very helpful. And it made the start of the year a lot easier for me. The second student says she always makes the lessons fun and exciting. She always explains everything through and is never mean or strict to the students, unlike other teachers. So all right. She does a good job teaching us information that gets us to actually remember it and allows us to be more prepared for the tests and quizzes. Her class is always fun and exciting and is my favorite class out of all of 8th grade. So congratulations.
I've done that. That's hilarious. Okay, I'm up next. I'm pleased to present this award to Joe Rohrhoff. Is he here tonight? They're all going to DC. Okay, lucky Mr. Rohrhoff. Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Rohrhoff was nominated by 2 students, and the first student says that Mr. Rohrhoff is an amazing teacher and makes class really interesting and fun. Student also said he made me sing a few times, which is probably not typical in social studies, so I love it. Student says there are many activities that we do instead of just listening to lectures. All in all, Mr. Rohrhoff is an incredible teacher and a good choice for the award. And the second student says, he is my absolute favorite teacher. He is amazing at teaching and also makes sure his students understand the material. Not only is he good at teaching, he has shown his support and compassion for students. He goes above and beyond every day, and I've never had a teacher like him. And I hope that student also gets to enjoy some time on the 8th grade trip to Washington, D.C. With such an incredible teacher. So thank you, Mr. Rohrhoff.
So all of the teachers in Meads Mill must be putting their jammies on and going to bed immediately. So when they wake up, maybe they'll be notified that they have received an award. I am honored to present this award, the ABCD award, to Julianne Howells, and who is a social studies teacher here and probably is on getting ready to get on the bus. She was nominated by 2 students who made separate submissions on her behalf, and these are paraphrased. Student 1, my past 7th grade teacher, Mrs. Howells, who was one of my most favorite teachers of all time. She has true passion in everything that she teaches. Mrs. Howells gave every single lesson her all. Though teaching the same thing over and over again is hard, Mrs. Howell took this job of learning to the next level, trying to make every single lesson fun and understandable. She made sure that no one was falling behind and always made sure she would pay extra attention to everyone. So that's the hard labor of being a teacher, isn't it? Student 2, she always managed to make me and the class smile, and she still manages to make us learn just as much when we're smiling. So, Julianne House, congratulations on being awarded the ABCD award. She's not here.
All right, I get the honor. I think I'm the first Meads parent to also get to give an award here tonight. And there's always a difficulty when you're assigned, because I wouldn't want it to be thought that, I mean, my kids have had Miss Ernst, Miss Sandia's amazing, Mr. Rohrhoff, so, and Mr. Marty is to come. from the bottom of my heart, all superstars. I am presenting today on Miss Maurer, also someone that I've had the pleasure to have a student in her classroom. She also is a little bit unique tonight in that she had student and colleague nomination. So the student that nominated her put it pretty straightforward. I could talk to her more easily than other teachers. She always helps me when I don't know how to do my work. The colleague that lifted up Mrs. Maurer really spoke to her stepping up this year into that 8th grade curriculum. Obviously, we heard about how there's been pilots that she's been running, new programs that she's working through, and this colleague said that she works tirelessly every day to make sure the students get the resources that they need. She stays late after school every day to master new curriculum and prepare for the next day. Much of this extra effort often goes unnoticed, but she knows that her students benefit from it. So she's more than willing to put in the time for them. And she is patient and kind to all of her students and always has a positive attitude. So as a parent, as a board member, as a community member, thank you so, so much, Ms. Maurer.
All right, I have the last one of the evening, and the students really came out this week for ABCD Awards. This is probably a dozen or so students who have made nominations. The teacher that I get to highlight is Laura DeMarty. She is a math and career tech teacher here at Meads Mill. She was nominated by 3 students, and they said as follows, and as usual, their quotes are just fantastic. Mrs. DeMarty always helps me understand what we are doing in class, and is always forgiving to people and other staff. The fact that she can make learning fun and still teach me stuff and still be a nice, calm person is just mind-blowing. She's had a huge impact on my life because she's a great role model for me and my classmates. She will always go above and beyond to make sure every student is doing their best and understands a lesson. Her kindness and encouragement motivated us to work hard and reach our goals. She worked hard tirelessly to ensure we were comfortable with the advanced 7th grade curriculum and the school's routine. So, as so eloquently noted by her students, let's congratulate Ms. DeMarty. I'm not sure if she's here. And that's it on ABCD Awards.
And now for our yearbook presentation.
Have you looked through your? Yeah.
This is out of order for me, Sarah. We're used to doing this at
I know,
Cook, right?
Cook,
It's like
right.
Cook is the place where we do the yearbook. So we're out of order.
Here last
That's
year,
cool.
too. Yeah.
It's a little.
Hello, my name is Renata Diaz. I'm a junior and I was one of the editors for the 2024 Northville High School Yearbook, and I'm returning next year as the editor as well.
I'm Hannah, I'm currently a senior, and I was also one of the editors for this year's book.
So we began preparing for this year's yearbook a year ago. We are very excited to have the privilege of creating a special book that will commemorate our classes and represent all the students at Northville High School this year. While pondering what Northville meant to us, we like the idea of creating a book that showcases the different paths every student takes while at Northville High School, including our own paths, which inspired certain elements of our book.
For example, we have choose the students to have a different frustrations and challenges, but ultimately all their choice. Choosing ceramics class over world history was their pick. Instead of traveling to a warm island in break, studying for the time when we outside track and field with all their adventures. When it came down to it, the choices that we all made gave us reasons to celebrate along with many others between failures and mistakes, was ultimately all of them calm.
In the beginning of the year, as Hannah and I flipped through books for inspiration, I began annotating them as a way for me to fully encapsulate what I wanted to see in our yearbook. We took inspiration from these annotations and showcased this through the handwritten font found in various parts of our book in order to portray the idea that somebody had gone through the book and made it their own, ultimately leading to the title of the all. Additionally, our attempt to incorporate the idea of our theme throughout the book led to not only the inclusion of traditional spreads, but also original spreads designed by our staff, which we now call Wow Spreads.
This year's staff met every single deadline, which is an impressive yearbook, and we like to thank superintendent Dr. R.J. Weber and the board for staff, as well as our advisor, Ms. Belichick, and legal staff.
We've had the privilege to deliver Dr. Rober's copy of the yearbook during distribution, and today we are excited to have brought copies for board members to enjoy. While the board has once again graciously offered to donate their copies to graduating seniors experiencing financial difficulty, we wanted to ensure you still had the opportunity to enjoy the celebration in Northville High School. We thank you for your generosity and support, and with that, we leave you with an opportunity to see what this year's staff worked so hard to create.
It's amazing.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question really quick?
You know, it's
So-
kind of interesting. We've gone through this through a lot of different, sorry.
So I thought I saw somewhere that your yearbook was featured.
So that was.
Can you tell us about that? Was it by Jostens?
Last year's yearbook, Justin's chooses a spread from like over, I think it was 10,000 students. And they pick out maybe 150 and they choose their favorite spreads from everyone. A spread's like, in the book in the book, the 2 pages.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of our spreads from last year was.
From last year.
Yeah, it's from last year.
Awesome.
And then hopefully we're hoping one from this year will be from next year. But,
Is that the WOW spread? Is that
one of
what I
the-
saw you say, heard you say? Yeah.
So we have traditional spreads in our book, and we have WOW spreads. Traditional spreads are like the usual 5 pictures, and you have a couple of little like nods on the side. And WOW spreads are, we let our team create and design whatever spreads they wanted and however they wanted to make it. So we highlighted those with marking on the outside so they're easy to find within the book. And we did the same thing last year, but last year they picked one of our traditional spreads.
Awesome.
So I own 2 copies of this, and I already spent at least an hour going through it. And I just want to thank you and your team. You know, Northville High School is a big school. I mean, we have over 600 seniors, right? And you did an excellent job making it very personal. I thought it was a really nice touch. It made it feel like a small community. So nicely done.
I asked her if she wanted to flip through it, and she's like, "Believe me."
As soon as I heard that these things came home, I was like, where's the yearbook? I want to see
I'm a
it.
freshman parent, so I didn't know that happened.
So now I was just going to say is I've seen a lot of these yearbooks, and you know, it's amazing how these students can take all these pictures and bring the personality of each class into it. And as much as you think like, well, how much different is one senior class, you know, from another from a personality standpoint? But it's amazing. They all are unique, right? They just kind of have their own flavor, how they look at things, how they interact, and seeing these yearbooks really lets you kind of see the personality of that class. So as a board, we don't keep these, but it's really a fun time to look through it. And it is really a pleasure to be able to give these things back to other students who might have it. So I thank you very much. I thank you for capturing the personality of your class because you are unique, right? And I just get the biggest kick out just flipping through some of the crazy pictures you guys have taken that kind of represents that theme of who you are. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
I found out. Mhm.
That brings us to
I love a good yearbook.
first of 2 opportunities for public comment tonight. So I do have one card up here. I suspect there must be more lingering in the audience, but this is our first of 2 opportunities for public comment. You will have, I forget, is it 3 minutes, right?
Yes,
3
3.
minutes to speak. We ask, come up to the podium, give us a short introduction, just your name and your connection to the district, kids in the district, whatever may be the case. And we'll go from there. I will let people know who's on deck so you have a moment to prepare. I have 2 cards up here, and unless there's objection, I'll call the first name here, Beverly Strong. You sure can. I'll save that. Joe Dunn. I don't have any cards, so all right, that sounds like it's good.
Can I leave it on the podium? Okay. Good evening. I appreciate the district, the board, for taking time to talk with us. My name is Joe Dunn. I have a student at Winchester, another incoming kindergartner. I've been here before, been working with a few folks about class size and budget. I appreciate the transparency and willing to talk to parents that I'm here to speak on behalf of, and appreciate the dialogue. It shows a lot about this district, and really appreciate the cooperation and collaboration. As I mentioned previously in writing in my prior comments, right, and it's essentially agreed. Class size, particularly in K through 2, is shown in research to lead to better outcomes for students. I'm outnumbered with 3 at home, let alone 28. So we do know that in the next year, the budget shows, and I met with Mike and appreciate your time and grace in meeting with me, a $29 million surplus. We expect a $6 million spend in reduction of COVID funds, but that still leaves about 2.5 times the recommended amount in reserve. To get to 20 students per teacher, and that was the proposal that Mike was gracious enough to work up, it would take approximately 14 teachers at K through 2. The cost of a teacher in Northville is about $82,000 if you averaged the salary, although we agreed we'd use 100 to include benefits. Those costs could be lower if we target a smaller reduction. It could be lower if we hired newer teachers out of school, or it could be a combination of both teachers and paraprofessionals. I do want to correct the record because it was mentioned previously that there are paraprofessionals in the classroom. And I would disagree with that point because it's not about class size reduction and hands in the classroom. It's about federally mandated services. But at any rate, it is an option for class size reduction. Generally speaking, there's a lot of concern about neighboring districts and their financial woes. But the position that those districts are returning to is actually significantly better than the position we currently find ourselves. And I'll highlight some of the public data that's available. For example, Ann Arbor, during the COVID period with COVID funding, was at 13.8 teachers with a student to teacher ratio. And with the withdrawal of COVID funding, they're going to be moving to a 15.7 ratio. Livonia was at 16.4, moving to 17.9. Northville hovers at 19. Right, so we know it is possible, and we know other districts are outperforming us in this regard. What I also know is that there's going to be a lot of teachers leaving those great districts, and for once, we have an opportunity to hire some of those. And in the time of teacher shortages, that's an opportunity for this district. What I ask is, if not now, when? Right? We know that we have the funding. I know we face budget concerns. Right? I know that we are concerned with dropping enrollment. And I do appreciate that we have a savings mentality in this district to encourage the viability of the district. At any rate, the district has agreed to look at a proposal with these numbers, and I appreciate that they're willing to do so and ask that you consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the cards. All right. Going once, going twice. That will conclude our first of 2 opportunities for public comment tonight. That will bring us to number 10 on our agenda, and that is our new hire, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Meyer.
Yes, it's very exciting. We got quite a list here. So I'm bringing forth motion 102 that the board award a prorated 1-year probationary NEA teacher contract to Amanda Puttick for the 2023-24 school year, and 1-year probationary NEA teacher contracts to the following staff for the 24-25 school year as presented. Should I read the names? Laura Gershman at Cook School, Candy Minghein at Northville High School, Jessica Renner at Cook School, Amanda Puttick at Cook School, Amy Chimovitz at Cook School, and Laura Holliday, also at Cook School.
Yes. All right. So I have a motion properly presented by Ms. Meyer and supported by Ms. Prescott. Any introduction to these fine individuals?
Person. Okay. Oh, here I am. Thank you. So I am so excited. The hiring process is pretty rigorous in Northville, and we are always looking for top candidates, those with the greatest skills. And I'm going to introduce the first one today. Cassidy Minghein. She is a science teacher at Northville High School, and she is not a stranger to Northville High School. About a year ago, I got a call from Principal Koski, and he said, you know, with a sigh, he's like, "We're losing a science teacher today." I said, "Tell me more." It was Cassidy. Cassidy decided that she wanted to look outside of education for a little while, and she had an opportunity. And Cassidy's a great science teacher, and I could hear the sorrow, but the happiness for Cassidy in Principal Koski's voice. Fast forward a year, I got a call from Principal Koski, and he said, "Cassidy's in the applicant pool. She wants to come back." Without question, we immediately contacted Cassidy and said, "We are so glad to have you home." Cassidy started her teaching experience here in this building as a student teacher at Meads Mill. She waited just a little while, I think maybe a year. A position at Northville High School became available. We hired her for it and you know, took off running from there. She is a beloved science teacher at Northville High School. Any of you that have children that are going through Northville High School will be lucky to have Cassidy as a teacher. She embodies the joy of teaching and learning, and she makes science something that impassions students. Even sometimes the most reluctant learners, right, Cassidy? She finds a way. Cassidy is here today. We are, you know, I know I wrote an interesting little blurb about her, but I'm just going to tell you, we are absolutely thrilled to recommend the rehire and hopefully permanent rehire of Cassidy Minghang to Northville High School. My next few introductions, I'm going to hand off to Beth Santer, and I also want to call out Jen Bugar, who's sitting over in the corner there. If you could just wave your hand. Jen Bugar is the supervisor at Cook School, and as you all know, Beth and Jen have worked along with Aaron Barney and so many teachers at Cook School have worked tirelessly to interview and bring in quality candidates to fill positions in this incredibly special and important program. And tonight we have 5 candidates to bring before you. And I know that you've heard us talk about sometimes the difficulty of finding folks that are ready to take that plunge and work with, you know, with the level of love that is required at Cook School. And we found 5 pretty fantastic folks, and they are so excited to join us. So I'm going to let Beth introduce them, and we have a few in the audience tonight.
Awesome. Thank you, Rebecca. So the first 4, the openings were because of retirements or a resignation for health issues. And then the last one is a vacancy that we had. So our first one that I want to present is Miss Lauren Gershman, and she is in the audience. So if you want to give a wave. So Lauren actually has come to us from Livonia Schools. And full disclosure, I actually worked with Lauren back when I worked in Livonia, and she was amazing then, and she's even better now. The interview team was very impressed with her rich center experience, and also she served as a special ed teacher and a team leader for 21 years. She's worked, she has a depth of knowledge with ASD students, but she also has worked with students with cognitive impairments. The director of Livonia shared that Lauren is a strong and skilled advocate for students, and while she will be a great loss to their district, she'll be an excellent fit for the unique and challenging student needs served by Cook School. And the district is honored to make this recommendation, and I'm glad she's here. Our next one is Miss Jessica Reneker, and she is also here with her lovely husband. And the interview team was impressed with Jessica, and she has a motivation and a dedication to Cook School. So Jessica went to Central Michigan University and had a degree in biology. And then when she earned her degree and she was deciding her next step, she heard about work being done at Cook School and was interested in learning more. And there she was hired as a paraprofessional. And then she decided this is something that she really loved to do. So she enrolled and graduated with honors from Madonna's nursing program and went on to work in patient care for 6 years. And we are happy that when she saw an opening for cook, she wanted to come back. So we are thrilled to make this recommendation as a nurse at Cook School for Jessica. Our next one is Miss Laura Holliday, and I don't think Laura is here. I don't think so. Laura we are recommending as a physical therapist for Cook School. The first thing that any applicant for a Cook School position does is they tour the building with the principal, and then they come back for the interview. And when Laura came back from the tour into the interview, she was absolutely bursting with joy and excitement about the possibility of working with our students. She shared that it felt like all of her variety of experiences and time spent in clinical setting and physical therapy prepared her to be at Cook. In talking with her previous supervisors, they could only share the positive nature and quality work that Laura put into every day with her clients. She treats every patient as an individual with unique needs. And one of her supervisors went on to say that her relationships with those for whom she was providing care allowed a maximum benefit of therapy and service she provided. We are very excited to recommend Laura Holliday for this position. We have 2 more. So the next one is Miss Amy Chimovitz. And I don't think Amy is here either. No. Okay. So Amy is a voracious learner and advocate for all students. So much so that she continued her education through 20 plus years of full-time teaching to further advance her understanding and support of students with all sorts of special needs. So when she came to the Cook School interview, it was very clear that this is a person that loves what she does and cares deeply about every student and family she serves. Amy comes to us with actually a lot of different special ed certifications, and I believe she's also a BCBA. So she really brings a unique skill set, and she's going to be working, I believe, in our dual diagnosed classroom, right? So she's going to be able to put that BCBA knowledge to work. And we are very lucky to have Amy Chemowitz for this position at Cook School. The last one is Miss Manda Puttick. And Manda stepped into this role as a substitute, and she's actually been in the classroom this year as a substitute. This is the position that was vacant. So Manda is somebody that we've actually been able to see her in action all year. And she's also served a variety of roles in the district. So she's also worked with our ASD population at Thornton Creek a few years back and has subbed all across our district. She is qualified with her Michigan endorsement classifications. And so we are very happy to recommend her to join us as a full-time employee at Cook. And I think that's it.
I'll say I know when I stopped into Cook this morning, where's Jen at? Jen, you want to show the dance moves? When I said, how's your day going? And you said, I've got hires tonight. Very, very happy. And Cass, where are you back there? I finished up my year at Super Sub in your classroom, and the culture of your classroom is stunning. Those kids were lovely and helpful, and the lesson plan you left me was really great. So happy to see you back with us.
I got to echo that. I have 2 girls that were in your class last year, and at the end of the year, when they learned that you were leaving, they're like, okay, this is so sad. She taught us so much about science, and especially my one kid who does not love science, but she absorbed it. And so really glad to have you back. The culture that you create is top notch. So really glad.
No,
Well,
go ahead.
I'll want to make a particular welcome to our new nurse. And as a graduate of Madonna University, I was faculty there in the nursing program for 11 years. So I feel like we have a bond, and I'll really look forward to talking more with you and following your career here with us. Thank you for being here.
I was going to say, filling positions at Cook has always been tough. You know, we were lucky to get onesie, twosies, and we've had positions that have remained open and couldn't fill, right? So, you know, you scan through this when you go like 5, what the heck is going on, right? Most of our public, I don't think really realizes what Cook really is. Unless you've been there, you don't realize the significance of Cook to the Wayne County area, the significance of how Cook has impacted our district, and the significance of the teachers that are there and how special they are. There's a graduation coming up on the 12th. I was asking Ms. Bugar. I missed it last year. It is one of the highlights. I love our regular graduation, but Cook graduation is something to behold. And I'm going to challenge the rest of our board is try to get there if you can. I know it's in the middle of the workday, but if you can get there, it is a gift to behold. And I hope that the new teachers, some of you already know what Cook is, but it's great, right? I'm a bad person because I hoot and howl and they're like, you're not supposed to do that. I don't care. I love celebrating these kids. And thank you for your new teachers to apply to us. I think you realize it's a special place. We are going to embrace you, and we hope you help us continue to make it such a special place. And look out for my hooting and howling. Even though you're not starting till next year, come on the 12th and enjoy our celebration of a graduation. It's kicking. So thank you very much, Jen, for bringing it here. And I look forward to this next vote.
All right, on that note, let's vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Welcome.
Welcome.
And welcome back. All right, that brings us to the next item on our agenda, and that is number 11, our ALPS expansion update discussion.
Thank you.
Dr. Brock.
Oh, there we go. Now we're working. Okay, thank you for having me here tonight. I'm Sandra Brock from the Office of Instruction, and I'm so excited to be here with Devin Caudill and Katie Booth, our awesome elementary principals. We are here to give an ALPS district program update. And I think the biggest piece is this is a great example of our K-2 teachers and students knocking it out of the ballpark. More students than ever before are being identified as those initial qualifiers for ALPS. I would like to spend some time getting into the criteria and talking about the ALPS process. I know we've talked about it before, but I think it's really important that everyone understand that ALPS screening begins in March. It ends in September. So it is a long process. It is a committee-driven process where Northville teachers, educators are on committees that actually help place the students. It's a rigorous testing process, and there are many steps to the process. So to talk a little bit about the numbers, I think the words initial qualifiers is really important. So the screening of attendance students, the first bullet point, those are your initial qualifiers. Those are your super solid NWA scores, reading and math, and those students are our first kind of dip, if you will, of incoming third graders. Those students are then typically given a paper pencil test. If they don't do well on it, we give them a nonverbal ability test of where they have to show proficiency. The second part is parent consideration. So this is, my student is really strong. He or she is north of 90th percentile in math and reading. We just missed the ALPS benchmark. So that's the next piece of students who are tested, and parents opt into this. So this is, I want my student in ALPS. I would like my student to be screened. He or she was not invited to the initial process. After that, we have another process, new to Northville. So this is, I bought a home, I'm building a home. I would like my student either screened for ALPS, or I'm coming from a TAG program or an accelerated program, and we have testing data as well as documentation that we would like to share with the committee. So the process after that is the appeals process. So appeals is, my student did not get into ALPS. They were screened, they missed one of the benchmark assessments, perhaps it was close, and I would still like the committee to consider my student. So this is the multi-tiered approach to ALPS placement. This is nothing new. This has been in process for a lot of years, and we have the processes to really ensure that if a parent wants their student screened, we provide that opportunity. Another piece to the equation that we feel, and that our teachers certainly feel, is that with the implementation of Bridges in Mathematics and Fontes and Pinnell in 2019, our Tier 1 instruction is second to none. They are reading advanced text at a very early level. They are solving complex algorithms that really support that conceptual learning in math. And so they are doing really, really well on all assessments, NWA, the ALPS screening assessments. And last but not least, the last bullet is the ALPS process timeline. We get a lot, I meet with a lot of parents, and we get a lot of questions about, here's what my student, here's where he or she is at. Which form do I fill out? Can I meet with you about the criteria? I have this report from Webster. Can you look at the testing results and give me some insight as to what you think? Again, everything goes through a committee process, but we're there to answer any questions because this is a big deal for families. And so it's really, really important to them. So we want to be available and make sure that there's a process and that parents are heard. So we're going to move on to the next slide. So that brings us to the incoming third grade students. Usually, over the past 10 years, we have a range, I would say 50 to 7 initial qualifiers. Again, these are the kids who are invited. These are not your parent consideration, your appeals, you're new to Northville. These are the kids who meet that benchmark and are invited to screen. This year, we had 92 incoming third graders. That's a lot of students. If you look at the graph below, we have 88 who are meeting that benchmark. They're going to get an invitation to ALPS. They were solid on the onsite or took the onsite and the nonverbal ability and had solid scores. I've met with half of the committee. The elementary half is meeting this week. Based on their preliminary feedback, we think at least 9 from the parent consideration form will be screened. New to Northville, and again, new to Northville takes place all the way until September because people are moving in and they sometimes, request a review for the ALPS program. So we think there are 4 to date who are going to either have an outright placement because they're coming from a reciprocal tag program or advanced program, or they have high scores and we would like to screen them. So we're right around the area of 101 for total incoming third grade students, which is larger than we've ever been before. So we can go to the next slide. So we think the biggest piece is space. I would love to add 2-3 classrooms to Ammerman, but when you have a building that doesn't have an extra classroom, that is not a possible thing to do. So when we look at space, we have 3 buildings with space. It really comes down, in space, I mean classrooms. So it really comes down to Silver Springs, Ridgewood, and thank you, Winchester. So another big piece of the puzzle this year is we have Young Fives coming. So we need space for Young Fives, which is a new program. So when we look at the buildings with space, we know that we are slating Winchester based on interest and Ridgewood for those Young Five programs. In collaborating with principals, it would be really difficult to bring 2 new programs to your building. So it's just a lot to balance for staff if we rolled out a new ALPS program and a new Young Fives program. It's adjustment logistically, transportation, cafeteria. There are a lot of components that come into planning. So when we look at space in the program and know that we cannot fit more classrooms at Ammerman and that Young Fives is going to Ridgewood and Winchester, we look at Silver Springs for expanding the third grade ALPS program. I've been asked a lot about criteria, and parents look at criteria, and some of them look at criteria when their kids are toddlers because they would like their student in the Northville ALPS program. And I've had the question, change the criteria, make it harder. I really struggle with the fact if we have siblings, and we do a lot of times in ALPS, if we have a student who made it in 2019 with the posted criteria that's really clear and forward-facing for parents, and then we up it because we say we don't have space for you, and their younger sibling perhaps is a higher scoring student, and we don't screen that student, it's difficult, and it's difficult for those families. And so we have the posted criteria. I'm happy to say this is a great new endeavor that we have kids who are growing academically in math and reading, and we have families that are interested in the ALPS program. So I think I want to pause there and see if the principals would like to add anything.
So I think along with this is the relocation of third grade ALPS to Silver Springs, and knowing that after third grade, they would transition back to Ammerman for 4th and 5th grade. And so third grade ALPS, a cohesive third grade program, would be at Silver Springs. And then 4th and 5th grade ALPS would be at Ammerman. And this would help with that space issue because, as Dr. Brock mentioned, no matter how you slice it, there is no space at Ammerman for 4 classes. It's just not there. It's non-existent. And so we have to look outside. And when we looked at the different options, the one we came to that really is best for kids, best for planning, making sure we kept that cohesiveness, that there wasn't 2 separate third grade programs across the district. Because we know that program, we want to have that consistency, keeping, transitioning it, just that those third graders to Silver Springs is the direction we felt to go in. And also please keep in mind, being taught by experienced ALPS teachers as well. So please keep in mind that the ALPS teachers that are at Ammerman need to continue to be employed. So they are going to go, we're going to have ALPS teachers that will be teaching there as well. Keep in mind, currently, we do have, we probably will need to get an additional ALPS teacher, knowing we have currently 3 sections of third grade going to 4 sections. We'll need to find an additional person to teach that, but know that it is still the same exact quality program, just under a different roof at a different address.
I do want to add one more thing. We understand that there are families with siblings. So they have a 5th and a 3rd grader coming into the ALPS program. They have a 4th and a 3rd grader. And that is a really challenging piece. And we understand that is not a perfect solution. As a parent, I know it's not a perfect solution because my kids would be in 2 different buildings. So again, we grappled with this. We talked about the parent perspective, met with several parents, and it is not perfect in the sense that we know that there are families with siblings or perhaps other things that they're thinking about, that it's not a perfect solution. But again, our kids are doing really well, and they made the posted criteria, and we are very early in the process. It is May. We will be asked to screen kids up until the first week of September when we finally put a deadline, and we will get requests after that. They will move to Northville, and we hold a hard line because we say we cannot add additional classes at this point, and we have them wait until the following spring. Go ahead.
So when you first presented on this, I think it was at the committee of the whole. And one of the first ideas you were floating was basically splitting and have 3rd grade at Ammerman and at Silver Springs. And I know there were lots of board concerns about that. I really appreciate that you took those concerns and grappled with that and reworked that so that it would be a cohesive 3rd grade all together. I think that that's key. I think that's really important for the program. So I wanted to thank you for, taking suggestions and listening to, the initial board feedback on that. So thank you.
Maybe 2 comments I'll make. Northville, for whatever, whether we want to call it or not, we are a destination district. I'm amazed every year when we do the open houses, for the elementaries. You start talking to parents, and I'm like, heck, I've been on this board for 12 years. I know every fact. It is incredible, the parents who come in and start talking, the research they did, and why they chose Northville. So I don't think this is a one-time blip. I think it's going to continue, and so it is not we'll do something for 1 year and just, we'll get through the pain. I think this is something that's going to continue. And every time, like I say, when you're at the elementaries and you listen to these parents talk about the research they did and why they bought the house, and yeah, they got a 2-year-old, right? And it's like, he's going to be in the Alps problem. Like, you might be pushing a little too much, but this is, it is what it is, right? I can't tell a parent, they're wrong, but this is what it is. The other thing is, Alps a program. It's not a building. And sometimes I think our parents confuse a program versus a building. I mean, Alps has been in Ammerman ad infinitum, and so we kind of make the two of them synonymous, but Alps is a program. It's a very successful program with very successful teachers and that, and we were just in a finance committee meeting before this, spent an hour and a half. Mike was grilling us on questions on finance and that, but we're at a physical constraint of what we can do, and we're at physical constraint of dollars. I mean, we can't just say, oh, well, let's just add another 3,000 square feet onto Alps or onto Ammerman. It's just not practical to do, right? So we're toying with the issues of how do we deal with a classroom constraint, and knowing that Northville is not constrained by classrooms across the district. We're also looking at our head count, and we looked at back in 2017, we were at 7,400 and some kids. Now we're at 69, and there's always been the discussion about the Downs project, and does Northville have enough space for the kids? Actually, we've got like 500 spaces. The problem is that the spaces are not, the classrooms don't sit where people happen to move in, right? So you can have a person move into a house and they have 3 kids, and you can have 3 people move into houses that have no kids. You can't tell a parent like, listen, you've got 3 kids. We'd really prefer you to move in this street over here. It's what they choose. And so we don't get to choose where the families live and where the students are. We have to kind of deal with it. And so we are at a constraint. We're budget limited too, despite the fact I know we do want to shrink class sizes, but you can't just, throw money at things. It's not as easy as independent companies who can raise money, in the stock market and that. So we are constrained, and we've got to do something. I guess I'll communicate to parents. We have to do something. The question just becomes is, where do we do it at, right? And that's been the struggle that has been going on for the last, I don't know, month and a half or however long it's been. I don't remember the first time you guys brought the Alps, the size of the potential Alps program that we were facing to us, but it's been, I don't know, 4, 6, 7 weeks, whatever the heck it's been. So I think we've got to do it. And we've got to do something. And the question is just, what's the right answer, right? And so, we saw a lot of emails that came in, to NPS BOE, and a lot of parents think we actually don't read those. Trust me, we get them, we read them. Even this morning, I think there were probably 15 or 16 emails that came in from parents and, talking about the angst of this. And I realize it's real. There is no parent who's writing in that doesn't, they want what's best for their own children. And I love parents who will fight for that. So I have nothing wrong. I have no issues with reading all that. But at the end of the day, as a district, we got to figure out is, we can't house these kids on the lawn outside. So we got to house them somewhere. And what's the best way to make this program go forward? And so, we're going to have to make some tough decisions. But I appreciate you bringing the details to us. Sandra, there's nothing you do that is second class. And so I anybody who tells me, well, I don't know, did they research it enough? Trust me. They've researched this a lot. So I'll just leave that as my opening comment.
Really? You think they researched enough? It is not that I completely agree with the professional group that's sitting here. I bow down in complete awe and true and genuine respect. But when I find out that the Silver Springs community had no idea that this was happening or a discussion, that is not enough, in my opinion. And I'm on this board, and I don't know, I'm sure there's people who are employed, but I'd like to find anyone who gives more and has invested more in the last 8 years. And I never heard the word Silver Springs because I missed one meeting, the 4-2 Committee of the Whole. There's no minutes on it. It wasn't recorded. Silver Springs has not been mentioned to me. Splitting the third grade has not been mentioned to me. And that's me on the board. How do you expect these parents to be here on Tuesday nights when they hear about this from gossip in the air on Monday nights? And please don't ask me to spend another millions of dollars on bleachers. These folks were not given the option of temporary classrooms at Elmerman. I don't understand why. That's never been discussed with this board. That decision was made, that policy of resource allocation was not made by this board. There was no research and no discussion with us about why we couldn't have a temporary classroom at Ammerman. My daughter went to Spanish there and sat in the temporary classroom. So where is it? And why can't we have it back? Why can't we have classrooms that are 27 kids and admit all 88? 88 divided by 3 is 27. If it's 101, 3 divided into 101 is 32. It hasn't been discussed with this board. I've made clear in writing, obviously you can tell from my attitude that I do not feel that we are getting, the public is getting, anybody is getting the level of update that we should be, or encouragement or engagement. And when two communities who would be most affected were not engaged, I don't understand how anyone can think of advancing this. And I understand, Dr. Brock, maybe you've talked to some parents. I don't know what organized situation that was in, or if it was, onesie twosie. So again, complete respect to whatever that process has been. It hasn't been an open invitation to the public. I don't know why. There's been no mention in this presentation of culture. The impact, it's a program, not a building. Well, what's the culture of, I went to Winchester for 3 years, I went to Silver Springs for a year, and I went to Ammerman for a year. Why aren't we talking about that? Why does the board have no idea of cost of doing this and cost benefit of the alternatives? What's the busing cost? I don't know. What's that compared to getting a temporary classroom in place? I don't know. And I'm not saying you didn't do the research, and I would never cross the expertise of the two principals sitting here. But I'm not sure they were given the options, like having temporary classrooms, or I don't know, not paying $55,000 for some more asphalt under the bleachers that we paid millions of dollars for, so that we could buy a classroom for some kids. I haven't been given that choice. So I'm really tired of feeling like the process piece isn't happening.
So again, I want to talk about process, and I realize there's passion, and I appreciate Sarah's passion because it's real, and we have parents who are the same way. But we did talk about this. I know I didn't imagine the discussion about this, and we talked about the fact this 101 option was coming down the pipe, and we mentioned at least it was a committee of the whole or someplace. I know as a board, we did talk about it, right? We didn't make any decisions, but we said it was an issue that was coming down the pipe, and we need to deal with it. So I'm only going to dispute one thing. I mean, I even said this morning, you can always say that we can always do a better job of communicating better to the community. I'll take that one any day. We try to do good, but sometimes we don't do good enough. That's a fair statement. But as a board, we did talk about this, and this was not like it was, this week was the first time it's kind of come up. So I'll just those 2 points I kind of just want to bring onto the table.
Did you guys talk about third grade splitting to Silver Springs at the 4-2 meeting?
We actually did talk about,
Okay.
it has to go
Some
somewhere.
notice in the packet, in the Friday updates, in minutes, in something in the more than a month since then.
I think it's come up at least
Okay,
twice.
it's been in the Friday
It was
packet
mentioned.
that there are 101. And the only Friday updates are these last two before this meeting. Not
Where Silver
April.
Springs was- No, this goes back to March, to March, Sarah. And at that meeting, at the
Silver
4-2
Springs was
Cal,
mentioned, not splitting grades like that. I mean, okay, all right.
we asked what.
You're
what
comfortable with
location-
the communication.
I'm just
I
noting
disagree.
a couple of things here. We've been talking about Silver Springs since at least 4-2.
I think I've covered 4-2 and why you can't even be a member of the Board of Education for 8 years and understand what's going on. Because it's not the packet. I read it again this morning. It's what Dr. Brock presented today. It does not say, I'm thinking of splitting together, over to the third grade for a year and then bouncing back. It doesn't say that. So you can tell me we talked about ALPS. It's a big class. Yes, we did. It's this presentation. And my sense that I think this was instigated to be a community update like last Friday when you guys were at Lansing. I still wouldn't know about it. Didn't you say, Dr. Weber, that you didn't need a board vote on this?
On 3/1/24, we put
Didn't you
it
say you don't need a board vote on this on Friday?
on Friday. I inquired if we did or not because it was a programmatic change. So to answer some of the statements that were made, 3/1/24, it was in the Friday update. That
Mislisting Silver Springs, Dr. Weber.
it was noting that there was a possibility.
Why are we arguing this? Why don't we hear from the community about whether the community has been engaged?
That decision hasn't been made. What is also being left out is the fact that, and I underlined it in the Friday update, that this was a proposal.
Really?
In both Fridays. Yeah.
What's the alternative proposal?
It's
Since
there.
There's only one proposal. What else can I
That was
vote?
our best proposal. It was never in a recommendation.
What's the cost
As far
of
as
the proposal?
looking at, and Mike can talk about this as well, as far as the notion of putting portables there, from a space aspect, even if we were to build spaces, one room would be about $1.4 million, I believe. To put a room at there and to build that room at Ammerman would be difficult as well. The consultation with Dr. Brock and what she's done in leading our principals, as well as discussing with our teachers. This is an aspect that I would say back on 3/1, giving indication that it looks like our numbers are going to be there, but as Dr. Brock elucidated, we still do testing all the way through September, but that was through there. And then 4/2, an update on that piece, and then 5/3, again, underlined proposal. Or recommendation, and then 5/10. And I'm trying to put or look where in the Friday update I ever wrote down that we don't need to vote on this. The aspect is,
Dr. Weber, that was at the time that you were in Lansing with 6 of the members of the Board of Education talking about a policy. Do you really want to dig into that?
I don't think it's appropriate to do it here, but there were 4 people that I spoke with during that time I was there, and asked about, individually asking, do we, because I had not having a response from the 5/3 or the 5/10, it was important for me to, where are we at with this? How would we like to attend to this? Was shared, and Dr. Brock completely agreed that we discuss it again.
Can I add a really important piece to that 88 number in parent communication? Every year in ALPS testing, once students meet that threshold, we are still screening other students because they require subsequent tests, which means we go back to those initial students, in this case, 88 students, and we say, you are good. You will be getting an official invitation. When you receive that, you need to indicate to us, are you coming to ALPS or not? That invitation has not been sent to the initial qualifiers saying, yep, we are on board, we are going. So I just want to say they will have the option, albeit wherever we end up, to say, I want to stay at my home school. And every year that does happen. We have parents who say, I love Moraine. I just can't leave it. ALPS is not the place for me. So they are not 100% you have to go to ALPS because they haven't received the opt-in form yet. Another piece is with parents. I've had parents call me the Thursday before school begins and say, She just doesn't want to go. She's close with her friends. This is really hard for her. And we work with principals to transition that student and just make sure that they are comfortable in their home school. So we do provide options because we know this is such a big decision for families. So I just wanted to put that in the room that those 88 families have not signed the "Yep, we are all in for ALPS" form yet. And when they do, if they have a hardship with it, we work it out.
I guess my concern is that it would be hard for me if a parent decided to opt out because of the way the programming is going to be laid out. Excuse me. And I guess so I was hoping that maybe you could walk us through how you came to the conclusion that this would be the best, just so we could see the background behind it, how you came to see that this would be better than another option and what other options you considered.
Yep. So in the hyperlink, there's the rationale that went to the board. The hyperlink on that rationale that's blue, that has the rationale hyperlink. If you click on it, it should be the
I understand that, but I mean, like, as opposed to
right. I hear your two questions. So what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it's really that two-pronged approach, like why Silver Springs and why all four to Silver Springs as opposed to another option. So the why Silver Springs really is the piece of space. We have three buildings of space. We've been moving forward with Young Vibes on 2 of those buildings for months. We have parent meetings set up. So those are ingrained in those 2 buildings. So Silver Springs is really the building that has room, seeing as Ammerman will not have room. The other piece is when we looked at dividing up the 3rd grade, I think that we felt that coherence between the 3rd grade students, having them all in one building, doing the same field trips, eating lunch together, going to recess together, was a better thing for kids as opposed to the split. We also thought about the teacher aspect. They can plan with their colleagues. They'll be in the same building. They don't have to do it via Teams. They don't have to drive from one building to the other. So we thought that was a better option. It was not easy. We had lots of discussion. There were pros and cons to both. But at the end of the day, that was the recommendation that we made.
And do you foresee this ongoing, that this would be the new norm, that the 3rd grade?
So here's the $1 million question. Here's what I can't tell you because I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know how many advanced kids are going to move into Northville next summer. I don't know how many I don't know how kids are going to test on NWA next year. I don't know. What I can say is there's been an uptick in ALPS in the past 10 years since I've been here. When I got here, we had 5 sections. And kids are getting smarter. Our instruction is super solid. And parents moved to Northville for ALPS. And a big piece of when I first got here was we never wanted space within the program to be an issue. So we never wanted a student to come in July with very solid Iowa COGATs and saying, I'm sorry, it's full. You're going to have to wait. So we've always tried to make space for those students, which has been adding a classroom, dissolving a split, adding another classroom. We are just at the point where there is not a classroom space to add at Ammerman.
And there's no building that could house the whole program, building that could house the whole
I'm
program.
going to look at Mike. I don't believe so.
No.
Ms. Dr. Brock, were you given the option to consider a temporary classroom at Ammerman? Did the principals have that option?
So my understanding, and I want to say, we went in and met with Ammerman staff. I mean, this is not only difficult for families and students, but Ammerman staff has been doing this for 40 years. So we went in, we met with Ammerman staff, and that did come up for a portable, but my understanding is that, number one, the program could be growing. And if we put a portable, that could be a 1-year option. And if we're right back at 100 incoming 3rd graders again, we're going to have to do this move at some point because there's only so much land at Ammerman and you can only put so many portables. There were 3 when I first got here and they were moved away for various reasons. I will kind of leave out the details. I mean, they were deteriorating. I mean, it was just not a good learning environment for students. So to bring one back, I think would be difficult, especially not knowing if the program could continue to grow next year.
I guess so is that a no? The principals were not given the option if they would prefer cost, let the board deal with that.
There, I mean, I guess I'll let the principals answer. It was discussed. I think it was, for many reasons, it was not the preferable option because of growth of the program, because we had portables there before, and that was just not and we were very transparent with staff saying, we do not think this is a good
So you think it's better
alternative.
for kids to switch to 3 different schools in 3 different years than for this board to pay whatever it needs to pay away from the bleachers or this asphalt or whatever to house these kids in one school for 3, 4, 5 before they then go to their next school, which is their middle school? That, you think that's better than paying for the space?
Well, there's other ways of looking at it, though.
We also talked about the portables, that they would be $500,000, and they are meant to be.
I'll have to read the minutes. I'm sorry. I wasn't there.
We just discussed it today in
In
our
finance.
finance subcommittee meeting that we had AUK and TMP there, because this is a topic. I don't know if, Mike, if you want to cover that.
You know, cost aside, there is a timing element. So a portable is considered by Lansing Bureau of Fire Services and the Bureau of Construction Code as a modular school building. It has to go through the same kind of plan reviews that we do for our remodeling of our existing schools. In 2017, Walled Lake was the last one that we know of that, and we touched base with AUK. They bought 2 portables in 2017. They set it out to bid in March of 2017. They barely got it done in August. So there's a timing element as well, cost aside. But for whatever reason, just to let you know, the cost of that was $533,000 for their project back in 2017.
Bondable.
Pardon me?
Bondable.
Is it bondable?
Mhm.
I would like to confirm, because it would have to be contained within our bond language. So I would need to check actually with our legal counsel to see if it's bondable or not.
I'm curious if I could just ask some clarifying questions. So we presumably have sufficient eligible students for 4 third grade ELPs. Now, when they progress to 4th grade, we'll have 4 4th grade ELPs. And we don't have room for 4 of any grade level in Ammerman, right?
would if we don't have the 3rd grade ELPs there.
Yeah, we're moving 2 classes.
So it stays permanent. So 3rd grade will stay permanently at Silver Springs.
We would have to, yes.
Okay.
I want to mention as well, which is number 1 on that rationale there. We also have construction issues at Ammerman. When I work with Steve and AUK, just following up on this question, just so you know, the way things are right now, and Ms. Caudell can confirm this if I'm saying anything incorrectly, if we don't do anything at all, we are during construction going to have to put music and art on a cart anyway, because those classrooms will have to be temporarily vacated for general classrooms. If we are able to do that, we also have the construction. So we're going to lose part of a lane and other things while construction equipment and materials are on site. So that's also something for the next 2 years. Am I saying all that correctly? Just to make sure. Those are also things that we took into consideration, because it adds a level of complexity for the next 2 full years, where construction will begin on the new cafeteria space at the end of, or at the middle of February next year. Is that the plan?
Right. So, but I also did hear that just the kind of overarching statement that the ALPS program is a growing program, and we don't have any reason to believe it's going to change. And so it just, maybe we're kind of at the point of considering a distribution of ALPS classes outside of Ammerman. Ammerman isn't going to be able to handle a growing, thriving program that is attracting new families. So it does beg the question that maybe this is a larger ongoing conversation. And I guess one plea that I would make is that, Sarah, you made a really important comment in regards to the culture of the schools. And so I would just ask that we be really thoughtful about placing students in a consistent way that schools can bring them into the culture, that those kids are integrated in all of the ways that meet our standards and principles and values in this district, and that they not be in an isolated bubble from the larger school population. So.
Yeah, I was going to mention, I think I want to ask you to think about three things. Right now, I think we're focusing on what's lost, right? I think the common theme here is this cohesive, I go to this school for 3 years and then I go to this school for 3 years. So I want you to think right now, I think we're in that box, what's lost. I think we have to start considering what's left. We have this gift where we have all of these students who are qualifying for this program. And then what's possible. We are a Northville community. All of our kids are members of our Northville community, and they will all be together when they get to Northville High School. So I want you to consider that last question. What is the possibility? They're entering these different schools. They're meeting all of these new friends and different family members that they will have for a lifetime. So I think we need to think about what's the possibility as opposed to what's lost.
One thing that really struck me here is, so if we're talking about, right now there are 3 third grade classrooms at Ammerman, and next year we're looking at 4. And so if we are talking about portable classrooms, so there's 1, but then the next year, 4th grade, we would have to add another 1. And then the next year, 5th grade, we would have to add another 1. So that would be not just 1 portable classroom. And I mean, my goodness, that Ammerman lot, there's not a lot of room to grow. So I think that also is a consideration, that you're looking at 3 portable classrooms on the grounds of Ammerman.
I wonder too about, I have some wonderings about how we've thought about what the impact would be for the other families at Silver Springs, right? That there would be an influx of 100 kids every year, and then they would leave, and then there would be a new influx. So I worry a little bit about that also. And so, but I'm not the building leader, so would love
I don't worry about that at all. I mean, if you look at our legacy last year when we became a legacy school, was we are a place where we all belong. And so we have an inclusive environment, and that is our foundation. And so we welcome new kids every year. We turn over about 1/3 of our kids anyways, every single year. So it's part of our culture is welcoming all students so that they feel like they belong.
I think another thing that comes to my mind is that we're putting young fives, distributing young fives in multiple buildings. They're going to spend time as a young 5 that is not necessarily the building that they're going to be in for a kindergarten. And so there's this kind of theme about mobility, and I think that maybe the consistency in building culture and the commitment to what's going on in our buildings. And we've had the benefit of, over this past school year, being in all of the buildings. There's a lot of work going on around that. And so I'm feeling like I have some faith that we can move our kids between buildings. And maybe it's old thinking that you belong to one building and you'll be there for your entire 5 years. Maybe there's more flexibility here that's possible.
Or maybe it's a parent who's got a kid in the program right now and 2 more that went through it and who knows Silver Springs and knows Ammerman. But we disagree, it's clear. I still don't know what this costs. I don't know if anyone does the busing. That hasn't been presented to us. I would just like to point out in comment to response to your comment that I hadn't thought about the young 5. So now I realized that you could go to wherever young 5, Ridgewood, Winchester, Silver Springs, and Ammerman by the time you're 10 years old.
So
that's the follow-up of your point.
I want to add something to the conversation. Just try not to get emotional. I grew up in a military family, and we moved every 2 years. And not just a new school, but a new state, a new country. We have a lot of families, especially at Silver Springs, who come in from different countries. They're here for a finite amount of time. So I understand, I get the challenge that comes with moving every 2 years. I get it because I lived it. I could sit here and count the number of schools that I went to, and it's both hands. And I think that offers a huge opportunity. And I understand like that it's scary because I lived it also. But the one thing that I do want to add to that is that it's still Northville, like moving different schools. While it's a challenge, and I don't want to downplay the challenge that is and that could be, it's still Northville, and we're still all in the same district.
Listen, and I want to be very clear. Silver Springs is the place where my heart planted in this district. I love Silver Springs. So this is not anti-Silver Springs, to be very, very clear. And it's not anti or pro-Ammerman either. So I want to make, because in response to your point.
So I think
I think something else to think about, and when you were talking, Melissa, about moving, but I want you to imagine moving, that you didn't just move, your entire grade moved with you. How much easier would that have been for you if you had moved from this school to another, if all your friends went with you, right? And that's the difference in when we think of that, about moving schools. It's not just a thing that I'm doing all by myself. I'm doing it with all my friends. It's a shared experience. And we already have some really great ideas that we're planning on how to make that transition as seamless as possible between 3rd and 4th grade, kind of almost looking and mimicking what we do as that 5th to 6th grade transition that we do, but it'll be better because we're elementary. So,
I think that I think I loved your point about what's lost, what's what's the gift and what's the possibility. That really struck, and you as well as Melissa. I selfishly, what I'm focusing on is the date. I'm hoping I can articulate this well. This was known about in the spring, and as we discuss this, it seems like this is a difficult choice. This is really difficult. And it doesn't seem like there's a perfect answer. There's not going to be one. We want to serve our families as best as we can. But this is my 2nd year on the board, and I don't want to hold myself to say I'm new. Because I think that's allowable anymore. And I think at the first meeting we discussed this, some of my colleagues did a great job lifting up what I'm about to say, which I really want to emphasize. What I'm struggling with is the fact that I feel like this could have been communicated more. I always use this analogy, which not everyone loves the joke, the grandma on the roof thing. I don't think we grandma on the roof this. And that's what's really at the heart of this is bothering me. If we were discussing this in March, everybody should have been discussing this in March. And I'm talking PTA meetings, because now most PTA meetings are done. I mean, we just saw Mr. Frazier's wonderful example of the active PTA. We have really engaged families that want to know information. And I think that when people know things and they are given all the information, they can process it and come with us on the journey. But if we don't take them from the ride, we can't expect them to want to get in the car. I'm not saying that very well, but you get my point.
I do.
And that's, I guess, what I keep coming back to my mind, and I just wanted to express it because it's really kind of hindering me from hearing what
I do want to add, and I absolutely agree with you. We had preliminary numbers. We screened our last initial student less than 2 weeks ago, because it is literally me going around to buildings with Miss Pickin into classrooms, pulling students and screening them. So we did not have rock solid numbers.
No, but wasn't there predictability based on the fall scores?
Not necessarily, because we get 2 of the cycles from the winter scores.
But we talked about it in March.
Correct. When we only had NWA, they still had to take the on-site assessment, and some of them had to take the nonverbal ability test.
But we couldn't have, I mean, I just feel like maybe there was an opportunity there to say, maybe this is happening. We have this concern. Concern is the wrong word. That's like, this might be an issue. We might have this issue. We might
Sure.
see this coming up, just to prepare people in some way, I guess.
Or allow us to get a trailer if that was the board's desire, right? To Mike's point.
Well, I'm not even talking about us, but I'm not talking about us. I'm saying, I just feel like, we're getting a lot of concern about it. And I'm concerned about, and this is not the first time, which I think you alluded to, I feel like there's been opportunities for us to communicate things with the public that we have not done effectively. And that, and we always say this, what I find to be extremely special about Northville is our family engagement. We provide opportunities for family engagement, and our families want to be engaged, and they do not like it when they do not feel like they've been engaged. And I feel like this is one of those instances, and this is not the issue. I know I'm taking us a little bit down a different rabbit hole, and I don't want to take too much time with it. Everyone's tired and it's late. And hindsight's 2020. But I do think when we first discussed this, to their credit, my other colleagues did lift this up and did say, you need to contact or reach out or communicate this with parents. I do believe numerous people on this board did say that. And I think the time was then, and unfortunately, because of the way the year was ending and the way PTA meetings usually at many schools end in May, it was like, you got to jump on it right then. And I do feel like there was a missed opportunity. I don't want to dwell on it, but that's what's really hard for me in this discussion, is that because of the timing of it, we have to make a consideration now. And you know what? We might be right where we are right now, but I just really feel like it would be great to be going at this as more as a community and be like, you know what, we don't like this. We wish it was not so, but we see why. And I feel like that was missed. And I'll stop talking.
That was one of the things I was going to say. I think it's a fair critique on communication, right? And it's a fine line, right? But I do think, part of our uniqueness as a community is we have in the past always reached out extra to bring the community in. And in fairness, right, okay, I knew about this because I was on the board. I was there talking about it, but we probably could have done a better job of reaching out and say, hey, community, I don't know what the answer is, but we're going to have a big ALPS program and we're going to have to make some kind of a change. I think that's a fair critique of us or of our district, is we need to improve on that. Second thing I'll say is, Sarah, very valid point about moving of kids. And honestly, I didn't take it as big of an issue as maybe you did. And it's just because of my own experience, right? We were part of Thornton Creek. Then we were part of Ridgewood because of the Kids Club program, because we were going back and forth. Then we were part of Hillside. Then with Club Mid or whatever the heck it was, we were at Meads, and then with that. And honestly, we were like all over the place. And I never looked at it as a detriment. And actually, again, I am not going to tell the community, well, you should all feel this way. Just my own particular experience was my daughter had a better experience because she ended up meeting a lot more people. When she got to Hillside, she had a broader audience. And when she got to the high school, she had a much bigger community. That's only an experience of one, and I'll only share that as an experience of one. I'm not going to say that is going to be true for every family out there. But because of my experience, I didn't take the transferring of schools maybe as an important issue as maybe I should have, right? I looked at it from my own perspective. So I'll take that one as my own, as a critique of myself.
And I'm talking about the feedback from the PTA presidents that I've had, from Kate Rundell's letter today, and from the former and current PTA chairs at Ammerman, who feel very impacted in the culture of their school, for better or for worse. And I know Dr. Campbell-Voitel has spoken to that on occasion, and now we're going to spread that into another school. So I don't have kids that I'm here defending for my kid. I don't have another kid that's going to go into third grade. I'm more kind of like outraged on behalf of like the PTAs and their process that I think we skipped completely.
I think one of the things from my position is that it is hard based on, I mean, yes, March, and then we're doing a lot of testing, that there are a lot of wheels in motion that, yes, there could be a sprinkling, like a little heads up, like something could be coming. I also think that we are a community. Our PTAs are very strong. There are a lot of ways that the PTAs have been, I think, elevating how they work together to build bridges amongst the PTA presidents, amongst the community programs there. I mean, I know that you as elementary principals are rock solid, and we have seen that from our chair, I think, for the past few years. I think the Northville culture, celebrating being part of Northville culture, I've really seen that grow really since probably 2021, whenever, the Northville gear stuff started, that I think we have time. It feels pressured in some ways, like we know summer is coming and we feel like we have to know right where our kids are going. As parents, that is a hard place to sit and not know. But also sometimes those ALPS letters haven't come out until Memorial Day weekend, and then kids are deciding. And, it doesn't have to be black and white. There is time. Dealing with kind of the messy middle is awkward. And I have questions too about some of the other process, right? Like, how much does the busing cost? What are those logistics? How does it impact siblings? How do we build those bridges when, a third grader would be going to the Silver Springs Carnival, and then the fourth and fifth graders might be at the Ammerman Carnival? That how do we just open it up? And maybe we do, and that's okay, right? That I know when my kids were in Alps, they were certainly welcome to come back to the Ridgewood Carnival, and sometimes they did, and sometimes they were fine. We have so many kids that are playing on teams and are part of different teams across the community that we are also doing a lot of relational practice work to build resilience for kids. And so that's part of our work too as parents. Like this, it's a safe environment. I don't think we're disputing that part. But yeah, I also agree. I think communicating early, communicating often, it's hard when we don't have rock solid answers, right? Parents would be wondering like, okay, what does this mean then? Where's that going to go? We're like, well, we don't really know what to tell you. We're just telling you something's coming. It's kind of like save the date, put this in your calendar. There's going to be a change, or whatever you need to save the date for. So for me, this is part of the process, right? We are having this conversation now. We have more solid numbers. My kids have also experienced portable classrooms. It was not amazing in the winter. Maybe portable classrooms now in 2024 are better. But I also have been part of the bond study committee. We looked at the utilization review. We know where the classrooms are. We know where the spaces are. I was fortunate to have had that longevity in terms of those opportunities to see that. I can't imagine what it would be like to have a portable classroom while there is major construction going on a building. I can't imagine the stress on that school community also with traffic, and playground time and safety. And so for me, a lot of those things come up. So I don't know where I want to land with that, but I hear all the concerns, right? My kids also have moved a variety of schools. I don't need to bore everybody. It's a one-off story, but it's part of, I think, a lot of the groundwork that we have done to get where we are now in 2024 in terms of strong PTAs across the community, a strong community connection. I hope maybe this is the right time, as this ALPS program is growing, for us to really land this in a place that supports kids and supports parents and is successful and continues to attract people to our community for this awesome program. And it is, I do want to underscore also the focus that our K through second grade teachers have been doing. Like, I really want to applaud them. This is a good problem to have, although it is causing stress and anxiety and worry and like what's next. But truly phenomenal on their behalf and on the leaders who have helped us get to this great place with Bridges and Fountas or whatever, the Fountas and Pinnell. It's not my normal daily language. But we've done a lot of work for relationship building. We have that capacity. And so I'm glad we're having this dialogue. It's stressful. It's difficult. There's a lot of angst in the room. But this is the process.
Just a couple, great discussion, a lot of really great comments. I get it. We live in the Ridgewood district, and we bused our kids through Ridgewood to Alps, the ones that were in Alps. And so I totally get what folks are thinking about, right? There is going to be disruption and some affected families and angst. And my question is, well, I'll get to my question, but on a couple of things that have been touched on, we've known that this is going to be a problem for us for at least a couple of months. Since March, I think is when it first started to resonate with me that we were going to have to do something in this space. Jim, I'm just borrowing your quote or your comment at the beginning. We do need to do something to solve the situation, and it seems, Ms. Booth, I like sort of where your head is. Think about the possibilities and what this really means. There could be a lot of, Melissa's stories with kids going back and forth together in their shared experience. I was at the Emmerman Dads Club. We used to do our meetings in those temporary buildings, and they were sort of terrible. I mean, they were sort of terrible. And I actually was sort of shocked that they actually did classwork in there. I thought it was sort of, where just, after hours meetings were held. My question is, so how do we figure out a way to, if we go in this direction, what does our timing look like? And how do we get this communicated? You see what folks, we still haven't gotten to our second public comment period, and I think folks are going to have comment there. But how are we thinking about communicating this, the timelines, getting folks as comfortable as we can, knowing that there is going to be disruption and angst and a lot of turmoil and chaos potentially?
So I would say immediate next steps, that would be sending out formal invitations to those who made the criteria and passed the benchmark tests. That would also be a student parent orientation where we have, and we've done this in the past, ALP students actually meet with incoming ALP students. They do leadership activities, team building activities, and the kids love it. Our ALPS teachers added that a while back. And then we do a parent orientation where we go over the busing, the logistics, the curriculum, and then we have questions which are good for the order. Every year we stay after and answer those kind of one-on-one questions where parents have a specific question about, maybe their situation. And then we would, probably be getting ready for an open house also. So the parent meeting is at a school. Typically it's been at Ammerman because that was the host school. So I would anticipate if we move the site, we would have it at the new site where the kids come and see the building, meet staff members, get to know one another as well as the older ALPS kids. Did you all want to add anything?
Who will be supervising the ALPS teachers? We have two principals sitting here. One runs the ALPS program, which is a program, not a building, and the other one doesn't. So, and I'm curious, I know I've been at that ALPS meeting and people have in the weeds. They want to know the details. So like, what are we going to tell them about? But do you have the busing all worked out and scheduled and?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, is the question who will be evaluating? I didn't understand the question.
Sure, let's start with who will be evaluating the teachers who are being told that they may or may not be there for permanent. Back to Silver Springs, moving to Silver Springs.
We have not necessarily made a decision on that. I guess my reaction as a principal would be, as a middle school principal for 6 years, I evaluated my staff. If they taught in my building, I was going in observing students, observing teachers. So that would be my inclination. I don't know if there's a model necessarily different than that, but I would think the principal of the building of record would be the one doing the teacher evaluation. Okay.
All right, any other board questions or comments? Why don't we, unless folks are opposed, why don't we move along? We'll get through our bid award, get to our budget amendment. Well, am I skipping public comment? Where is that? Oh.
No, it's number 15.
I'm wondering is, given the situation, would we want to move public comment ahead? Because honestly, I don't think the public's going to do a lot of comment about our lawnmower and our food service purchase vehicle. And I don't think the public comment is going to be about the budget amendment. So in deference to community members, would it be viable to move public comment to now?
Position to that?
And
No.
let's hear from the community. And then Because honestly, I don't think there's going to be too many comments about, like I said, the lawnmower and the budget amendment.
All right, let's proceed along those lines. So this will be our second
Yeah.
two
Baffled.
opportunities for public comment. And we will bring first, as promised earlier, Beverly Strong. On deck will be Laura Kogan. 3 minutes. We do stick to that time limit.
Can someone just check the microphone's working? So
Is it on?
Yeah.
You might need to bring it.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I'll have shaky hands. Hi, I'm Dr. Beverly Strong, and I have 2 kids in Northville. One, I have a 6th grader who went through the ALPS program already, and we loved the program. We loved our time at Ammerman, and it was a really valuable time for him. And I have a 2nd grader who currently we are planning to send to ALPS program. So some of the comments I have, which is first of all, again, thank you. We have loved the program. Obviously, we're considering sending a 2nd kid through the program. But I think some of the comments that have been brought up, I would like to echo that as parents, it's already a tricky thing with the ALPS program. When you have a satellite program, when you're coming from a school that's not Ammerman, it's hard to know about stuff that's happening. So in normal years, it's hard to know what's happening. When there's a big change, it's really hard to feel like you are connected when you're hearing things only through the grapevine. This seems like something you could ask current, past, future ALPS parents, how this would factor into their decision-making. I feel like a lot of parents are not going to go for this. I know there's not a great solution, but if students have to change 3 times in 3 years, why not the 5th graders being the ones who make a big change? Why don't you let the 3rd graders get acclimated for 3rd and 4th and have the 5th graders make a change at that point? It's not, in my view, we need to remember that these are 8-year-olds. These are kids that are at a critical stage of development, and it's a hard choice for them. Most of the parents I've known who chose not to send their kids to ALPS after getting an invitation, it was because they did not want their kid changing the school once. And I know some of us, myself included, moved around a lot growing up, and maybe we were okay, but that's a choice our families got to make. And if we go this route, that's saying any parents who feel like this program is good for their kid, that you have to make this choice. That is a hard choice. That's going to be a hard choice for a lot of families. A lot of families are going to not choose it because of how it's being structured. And I think that is sad. And I am one of those families. I bought a house in this district knowing my kid, my oldest son, I knew he would need to be in this program. I don't think we want to downplay that in parents being overachievers. Some kids, you can tell that what they're going to need is they're going to need a place that has more time for deep projects, independent learning, and that's what they need. And we need to care about that and value it and see it as not pushy parents, but there are kids who learn differently. And in the regular classroom, they might be fine, but they might be missing out. An ALPS program in the best classrooms gives them the gift of a challenge. They do not always get in a regular classroom. In a regular classroom, there are kids all across the board, and those teachers have to work overtime. And often, whose needs get missed are those kids at the top. And learning how to have the chance to have a challenge and fail is critical. And kids that are these high-achieving kids need to have that chance to fail, and ALPS gives it to them. And I don't want kids missing out on that chance that is really important for growth because the parents don't want to put them through the procedural switching the school a bunch of times.
I don't want to be a jerk, but I just keep the process.
Thank you.
All right, Laura Kogan. On deck, Alicia Lee.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name's Laura Kogan. I moved to Northville last year from Boston. Chose Northville because of the schools. Chose to move to the Ammerman district, in part because of the ALPS program. I'm fortunate enough that I have twin sons entering the program next year, or who will be receiving an invitation. And after hearing the comments here tonight, I would like to challenge the group to consider, given it seems the needs of the community, to potentially establish an ALPS program in more than one school so that you have minimizing perhaps the busing, the strain on families, creating 2 home bases that families can grow through, and it might also be a solution for these space issues. With the space issues, I have no idea how much space is available at Silver Springs, but given the comments of someone earlier tonight, I challenge you to consider 5 classrooms for the incoming 3rd grade and lower that class size, which would be a benefit for those kids, especially given the needs that they have. That's all I wanted to share right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia Lee, on deck, Lipping Lou. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing names.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alicia Lee, and my son is a 2nd grader in Ammerman Elementary School. So I guess I have 3 comments. First of all, I appreciate the program's consideration of building a cohesive group of the ELF students. But in the meantime, I feel like for the current Ammerman students, the ELF student, it's all mingled together with a regular education student. They go to the cafe together. They just go to the field trip together. They just go to the playground together. So I don't see the point why like all the ELF students has to be stick all together in one school. I feel like they can be split like into, I feel like it make more sense now if they can be split into 2 different schools, like a group of them stay in Ammerman and another group of them stay in the Silver Spring. Yeah, and as the second point is, I just hope that the board will be able to consider the mental health of the student. It is detrimental for the students having to transfer from school to school, and then they barely get to know Silver Spring for 1 year, and then they have to move back to Ammerman. And finally, I guess the final comments is actually one question, because we're talking about we're going to hire 1 more teacher. Is it for sure? Do we have budget for that? Because if we are telling we are going to hire 1 teacher, but we're not sure, and then all the 4 class size students had to share 3 teachers, maybe a lot of people are going to say, no, I may not want to join this. So we want for sure that, yes, we are going to have 4 ELF teachers for the 4 class students. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Liu, on deck, Preetha Iyengar.
Good evening. My name is Liping Liu, and I have a daughter right now, 2nd grade, going to 3rd grade. I also have an incoming K student starting this September. First of all, thank you all the board members and all the principals and then Dr. Brock for all the hard work. I would like to bring 2 points. First of all, if we could distribute a survey to all the parents of the ALPS students, because I've heard multiple times this is the best decision that we can make, which we do not believe this is the best option that we could have. I would like to make some suggestions of other options. And then the second thing is, assuming the ALPS program would continue to grow in future years, it would make more sense in the long term to actually add an additional site as they recommended, rather than busing students back forth. I agree with Alicia that the students are in the community. They don't necessarily go to cafe only with the ALPS students. They don't go to recess with only the ALPS program students. So that reason of cohesiveness, it's not a compelling reason for me to send my 2 kids back and forth. So I would encourage our parents to be heard and to be consulted or to be engaged in the process of discussion. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight and to listen to all the details which we didn't see from email or announcement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That brings Preetha Iyengar to the mic, and on deck, James Bursa.
Hi, everyone. I'm Preetha Iyengar. I'm a mom of an Ammerman student who's invited to the ALPS program and a kindergartner at Ammerman. I just wanted to echo the comments that Sarah and Karen mentioned, that parents were not at all informed. We had no idea this discussion was on the table. We had no idea this was happening. I got an email about ALPS a number of weeks ago, and I had it is not even in our frame that, like even on the horizon, that there was a discussion about anything major changes coming to Alps. And then when these rumors started flying yesterday, it was pretty late when the texts were flying. No one knew how to contact other schools. We didn't know who knew, who didn't. We don't know who. It was a mess. So there was not great communication about that. But I also wanted to emphasize that you also mentioned that you didn't think that splitting the classes was the greatest solution. I'm just wondering why. I would have loved to hear that discussion. I think a lot of us think that, especially with the long-term vision of expanding the program, that this might not be sustainable. Knowing the confusion of the buses that happen, I worry about how much time are our kids actually going to spend on buses? What's going to be the process? Are the third graders going to have to be picked up at Ridgewood and then go to Ammerman and then go to Silver Springs? Are the Ammerman kids going to be waiting there for the bus to come and then go to Silver Springs? Like, as a parent, I want to know how much time is my kid going to be on a bus in a day to get to and from the Alps program. I also think that if they're there for 1 year, it might be hard to get engaged at multiple different schools. Just one last thing to add, sorry, I know I'm bouncing around a lot, but we also moved here to Northville to be with family, but we also kind of suspected that our child might benefit from the Alps program, so we very specifically chose to live at Ammerman. And our kid has had to move schools multiple times. They also had to go through COVID this class, so I think we do have to consider how jarring these changes are for their mental health. It will help that they're staying in cohort of kids, but they are actually like, I don't know that all the Alps classes are all together all the time. So I'm not sure that they would actually notice if there were two sides of Alps. I don't know that keeping the third grade cohort together is actually a huge benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings James Bursa. And on deck, Suri Thiong, maybe? Okay.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah, thanks for all the work that everyone's doing to support our district schools. Yeah, I wanted to share a little bit of the personal story of my child also, who's a second grader and restarting has been back to Alps. And his expectation is that he said I don't know that he would be there for the full rest of his time there. And I think that when he hears that's changed, he may have an emotional reaction. So more time would have helped there. That ship has sailed. I think I'd be interested in ways that children like that be supported to make that transition to feel like that they are still in the community with their friends and to feel easy. Yeah, I think to breathe. I think I echo some of the previous comments about value communication and then thinking long term. Yeah, when this program grows, should multiple sites.
Thank you. All right, come on up, and on deck is Nisa Kalitsi.
Good night, everyone. Okay. My name is Saray Wong, and I have a rising third grader. Can you start my time?
Yep, we will. Don't worry. We won't steal from you, we promise.
Don't worry, I'll round and then make it like 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And
just really quick, if public commenters can actually hold the mic, that would be great, so they can hear on the.
Yeah, it helps for the recording that's on YouTube so that when people want to listen to it, they can hear your comments.
Hi, my name is Saray Huang, and I have a rising third grader who's being considered for, well, they've been assessed and accepted into the program. And going in, I'm a Winchester parent, already had hesitations about sending my kid to another school. I got the email about the assessment March 6th. Some of you might have gotten your emails prior to me. So I'm just saying, like in that email, there was no mention of, by the way, the ALPS program might look completely different than what your understanding of the existing ALPS program could be. And that I think was an oversight because this clearly is a big deal. So I also echo that a lot of us feel that we were blindsided and did not know this was happening until someone told us to look at the Board of Education agenda, and lo and behold, here it is. And honestly, I'm leaving with more questions than I came with. So I'm glad to hear that you're telling me that this is not a done deal, and yet there are not even like, I'm not even going to say viable, but like no even alternative solutions, because that question was asked and then we were given an option that already been shut down. So I'm displeased. This, I feel like, puts a huge wrench on our decision of where we want to send our kid. So I just also want to say that perhaps you guys need a parent committee, not just about this issue, but about the ELS program in general. I think you can predict, maybe not accurately, but you can predict what the incoming ALPS class will look like by looking at the scores of the first graders. If the trajectory is growing, I think it's easy to keep looking at the scores. And based on what you're hearing from the parents who moved to the district for this program, you can also assume that the growth in the ALPS program will be continued. So that presents a problem. You only have so much physical space. What happens? When I was part of the bond committee, the decision was made to not to add to the high school because the projection was that we were not going to get additional enrollment. So now that we have additional development happening, what is going to be done about that? My suggestion here is, and I don't presume to know better, I'm not an educator, I'm in finance, but my suggestion is, if it indeed is a program and not a building, why is this program not offered at my home school? You can simultaneously solve two problems, have enough space for all your ALPS students, and reduce class spaces by hiring less teachers than you would expect. Because you could hire additional teachers in each school, and that teacher be part of the ALPS program. You can expand your ALPS offering because there will be parents who will opt in who may have not wanted to because they didn't want to send their kids away. And you could also add students who are maybe like on the borderline and give them that chance to ALPS program. And I'll just say one more thing is that I think using standardized test scores, especially as this young age, to predict their academic success,
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Yep.
you.
All right, that brings Ms. Kalitzi. On deck, Marlene Mendoza.
Hang on.
Although my principal just left. Is she coming back? Hi, I'm Nasa Kalizzi. I live in downtown Northville. I have a second grader at Ammerman. First, thank you all for all you do. Really appreciate it. I do want to say I absolutely appreciate the ALPS program. Just to give you some history of like informing my thoughts here. I grew up in the Northville schools. I did kindergarten and first grade at Silver Springs. I then went to Ammerman, wherever Mrs. Scottill is, where I was in the gifted program is what they called it back then with Sarah's business partner. I was bused here to Meads Mill on a bus by myself because I went to the high school for classes in the morning, came here for middle school. I was a freshman in sophomore Spanish with Jen Bugar, wherever she went, because I was going into advanced classes. So I really appreciate what you have built and what's here in Northville Public Schools. But this was not communicated. Yes, ALPS was communicated. This changed, no, we were emailing this morning because I heard about it last night, and it is really frustrating. You do not have proper representation here because parents did not know. Those who came, thank you, because we rallied. We're here because we're very frustrated and want our voices heard. So it was not communicated. What I do think is, I agree that this is not a blip, this is growth. I think we need a strategy for the public schools, but especially for ALPS. And you may not have a crystal ball, but there is forecasting. Businesses do this all the time. You can forecast, we can think about the growth. I really hope we don't solve just for this year and then have to disrupt again as we think about next year and the year after and the year after. So we do need to think about the strategy. We also knew about Young Fives. That should be a part of the growth strategy. And in terms of cohesion, I talked about you. Thank you for all you do. In terms of cohesion, I don't understand the need to have cohesion from a class level. I would love to hear from the teachers why that's important. So I don't know, but that doesn't make sense to me. What makes sense to me is the cohesion for a child, that they have consistency. And yes, they might have friends in a class, but they also have friends outside of their class. So if they're going to different schools, that is not cohesion. So I agree with the concerns about mental health. What's the importance for, and what's the psychology side of things for the individual students? And with all due respect, we're not military families, we're not moving. I do appreciate the resilience that builds, but that's not what we have here. That's not why we moved to Northville. I do have questions about logistics, so I'm glad someone raised that. But lastly, I just want to end with, I hope your immediate next step is to think about the broader strategy, that we don't solve just for this year, and then again have to interrupt the students and think about more disruption that might go beyond these incoming third graders, that you think about what's the strategy for the ELPS program. And I do hope you consider, could we have it at multiple schools? And maybe there's a transition period, maybe it's at 2 schools, and then we go where there's a program in every school. So thank you.
So much. Marlene Mendoza, and on deck, Joe Dunn.
Hi, my name is Marlene Mendoza. I have 3 sons. One of them is a 6th grader in Hillside. He missed the ALPS program by a little bit, and I didn't follow through, so it's my bad. I have a 4th grader in ALPS currently at Ammerman, and I have a 2nd grader who is invited to ALPS, so I'm ALPS all the way. And I love the program, but I have to say, my job is in automotive product planning, so you look at cars that are coming that are going to be built 5-6 years down the road, and the lack of planning at this is just appalling. You're looking with education, kids that are moving grade to grade, school to school, and no one saw this coming. So at least the one thing I want out of this meeting is, yes, a revision of the current proposed solution, but a subcommittee to study the long-term plan for ALPS, because it's growing. I mean, I just drove past Northville Downs on the way here, and I read that it's like 400 new residential units. Like, how are we going to deal with that? Are we going to be like revising every year? Anyway, enough of that. Please look into the long term for this. And then the other aspect I wanted to address is the idea of a cohesive 3rd grade class. While it's a very nice thought, I have one of the most social 4th graders that you have met, and Ms. Caudilla and Ms. Monica can attest to that. He just talks to everyone, and I doubt he knows all the ALPS kids in his grade. So I don't understand why we cannot just split the program and allow another school to also thrive and have ALPS that benefits other kids from other schools. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That brings Joe Dunn. I'm assuming this is not on class size. All right. On deck, Jenna Davis.
It's all connected, but we won't talk about that. I have a very simple ask, which is the process as it's been laid out, and I have a rising 3rd grader as well, very excited about it. Just please don't ask us to choose before there's a plan, because the process that's been laid out is that we're going to be asked to commit before we know what we're committing to. And we don't want to live through that volatility. And I echo the sentiments that I don't want to be making that same decision about 4th and then 5th grade. So I appreciate all that you do. I know this isn't an easy decision. I know you're working very hard on this, but I think we need to recognize that we're not in the place that we all want to be, and parents should be able to be fully informed before they have to make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenna Davis. I don't have any other cards on deck, but I see them coming up. Yep.
Hi, I'm Jenna Davis. I'm probably one of the only ones here. I do not have a student in ALPS. I have a 3rd grader at Ammerman in the regular, they call it Gen Ed there. And I have a 6th grader. And like most, I moved to Northville for the schools, but the whole program in general. And I think that the ALPS program, while it's great, I think the whole program, I mean, They keep adding class sizes, which is fine. Ammerman is my home school, my kids' district. So it's like their classes get smaller, bigger. I mean, you can say that it's a cohesive plan. It is totally, I mean, I've segregated of like Alps does one thing, Gen Ed does another thing. So which is fine. My son is in advanced math in 6th grade, doing great. And so I think the whole program as a whole probably needs to be updated just to have the longevity of it, whether the testing that you go through now, I mean, rumor on the street is you can go in there and complain too. And many of my friends have gotten into the program. So it's like, up through the appeal process. So whether the testing that comes into it, like, and where these kids are, but also when it comes out, like, is there any metrics of like, are they making the benchmarks there? And then when they get to middle school, you have the advanced, you have AR, but there's not anything that is different. I mean, like, so even from my 6th grader, he's doing extremely well in advanced math, but it's, like, I mean, there's some Alps kid, but all the classes are great. The regular education that they're getting is also great. So it's the whole program probably needs to be addressed. And then when they get to the middle schools, what happens from there and what is the changes and whether it's split across some schools. I don't know what the answer is, but I mean, as just a regular parent at Ammerman, the logistics of Alps, the lining up in the hallways, the disruption that there are so many more to the whole process than is just for everyone else at the school, the getting in and out, we have a resource officer that's just guiding traffic to get parents out of the parking lot so they can get out and onto whatever other activities a half an hour, 45 minutes before school even ends. So it's just the whole process probably. I would just like it to be noted as a non-Alps parent that they're all great, but maybe it could be addressed as it continues to grow and we just look at it and consider it.
That brings Laura Armstrong, and on deck, Deepti Chowdhury.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm going to try to stay steady, but just a lot of passion running through my body. And I think the other thing that's difficult is a lot of you were given notes and time to review, and we all kind of got texts. So I didn't have time to look through the proposal or organize my thoughts. And I want to be linear about what I'm sharing with you. I probably didn't even say my name. You said my name. Thank you. We love living in Northville. We moved in 2020. We had a great community in Milwaukee that we were very sad to leave. We came here to be closer to family. And I think like the theme you hear echoed is the idea of the mental health of the students. I understand that we are where we are at this point in the year with what we have available to us as options. And maybe we can't get all the data or we can't get all the research. We maybe could survey even just the incoming Alps parents as to how they would respond with options A or B. Maybe it's not open-ended. Maybe it's, we have options A or B. Would you support either one of these or neither, to find out how that would go? And that might give us updated numbers that are relevant to the decision. In any scenario, we're going to have to do something new. And I think if we're going to ask someone to take on the hard work of doing something new, it should be the adults and not the kids. So it'll be hard to run teachers out of 2 different schools to make a consistent Alps program, and that will be extra work, right? But how can we minimize the ways in which we are asking these 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds to do the hard work? And if we know that we're going to be trying something new, as an example, if we're running a program out of the a new school of Silver Springs, how about just the kids that already go there? Let's ask them not to change a school and run one section, and does that make the numbers work at Ammerman? Like, I don't know if that's been considered. I don't know. I heard that there were concerns with running two schools separately, but again, because we weren't brought in, I don't know what those are. And so I can't frame even that information into how I would make my own decision. Because if it's a problem to run the program out of two schools, why is it not the same kind of program to ask my 8-year-old to attend two different schools in that same time frame? So we like to be diligent. We like to think of our kids first, and it would just be helpful to have a little bit more of that information and the opportunity to maybe give some input based on the kids that we know. I think my daughter would be fine. I think she'd be fine, but I lead 2 Girl Scout troops. I'm very active with the PTA, and I know a lot of those kids that wouldn't handle it well. And until you ask the parents, it's gonna be hard to know. So, thank you. Sorry for my voice.
All right, next up, and this is the last card I have. Actually, I take that back. Deepti Chowdhury, and on deck will be, as you probably know already, River Fu.
Hi, everyone. I'm Deepti Chowdhury. I have a 6th grader at Hillside who went through the ALPS program. I'm a very, very involved parent with the PTA and with the school. I have a 2nd grader at Moraine. So my older son started at Moraine, and his life was penguins and the principal and just the building, and that was his home. And when he moved to Amerman, it was a very hard transition. And like you said, all principals are so welcoming, and all the kids loved being there, but it took him a long time to adjust that, okay, I'm not a penguin anymore, I'm a bobcat. And it was a hard transition for him. But also as a parent, being a part of the PTA and being very involved in the school, moving from the Moraine PTA to the Amerman PTA with a different dynamic and a different group of people, equally, doing great things. But even just as a parent, getting involved in the school is very difficult. I can't imagine doing that multiple times. And we're talking about mental health of the kids. Having a kid do that multiple times, and then that affiliation is gone, that excitement of being a part of a community and being a part of having a penguin, hundreds of penguins in his room and all of this, that's a big deal to these kids. Like everyone has said, they're only 8 and 9 years old. And so I just think the mental well-being is such a big, big deal, and moving them around is huge. As a parent, it was huge for me to be a part of that community, and I can't imagine doing it more than one time. I want to echo what everybody else said. I appreciate Sarah for speaking our minds, my mind, and just asking that there's more transparency and that we have a say in what's happening. And we're all excited about the program. It's an amazing program. I saw my child flourish there, but socially it was very difficult to even move once. I really am scared to think that I need to make a decision only because my child would have to move more than once. And the uncertainty of what's going to happen even after that year. I really want him to be in the program, but I think this is a question that a lot of us are asking, whether it's the right thing or not because of that. So that's all.
Thank you. River Fu.
Thank you, everyone. River Fu. This is fun. Last time I had this kind of 11 o'clock meeting was like 5 years ago, talking about a financial crisis at company. So appreciate all your efforts and sharing the information. I came here to learn more about what's going on, and thank you for all the passionate discussions. So I have 2 boys. Aaron Barron's 3rd grade, went from Silver Spring actually to Amerman Alps. Barron is a 2nd grader in Thornton Creek now. So he went from Silver Spring to Thornton Creek, and now about to go to Alps. So we went through this process already with both of them changing school and seeing how they develop. So what I want to bring to the discussion or the talk is, when think about Alps, life is full of choices. Nothing is perfect. We are facing a hard decision now. But I want us to think about, okay, what defines ALPS? When we face this choice, when we consider go or not, which options is the best way to go, I think about ALPS may be defined by 3 aspects. Number 1, curriculum. Number 2, teachers. Number 3 is their classmates and family, friends, like community like this. So with all these options, how are these aspects changing? I haven't heard much talking about teachers. Mrs. Abelov is there. We love Abelov. Like, we'll go wherever you go. And are there any changes? How is teachers' opinions being considered in these decisions? Are they going to be split into different groups or staying the same? How are their careers, their developments going to be affected? I heard some of the teacher evaluation being brought up. I think that should be on the table, and I think their opinion should be heard as well. So that's number 1. Number 2, about students, I had a brief conversation actually with Baron. Hey, if you go to Silver Springs for ALPS, do you feel, I can see him actually smiling. But I definitely hear all the concern about throwing kids into all these changes. Are they ready for that? My personal opinion is perhaps we ask them, how do you feel? Maybe we get different answers, depends on whether they've experienced or not. Families, same. Some of us have been moving around all over the places. I kind of cherish all the opportunities that I was able to move, and I learned quickly I have to adapt anyway, sooner or later. So at some point, folks are gonna be learning about. So in case we get to the point where we have to make a choice, we as a community have our ways to support whatever the decisions you guys all made. We'll make it work.
Thank you. All right. No more cards going once, going twice. That will close our second of 2 opportunities for public comment tonight. And that brings us back to lawnmowers. Dr.
Yay, lawnmowers.
Did we want to take just 1 second? There's a couple parents who asked about teachers, and I think Sandra already talked about that. They might not have heard that, but I thought part of the plan was to use teachers from Ammerman at Silver Springs. So that was talked about, but maybe just repeat that.
So what I would say is ideally, we want our veteran ALPS teachers teaching ALPS wherever that location is, because they are so talented when it comes to growing independent thinkers, project-based learning. But I also want that to be a partnership. I've never thought that not having that partnership of a win-win, I think you'd be great, I want to teach it, let's go, that's a win-win, and that's what I would ideally like. We are not in that minutia yet.
Okay.
To be totally transparent, we're still at the place of ALPS are growing and where.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
All right, as promised.
President Wilson, do we have a bylaw that meetings end at 11?
Isn't there a choice?
It's a choice. It's not mandatory.
I guess my concern is I would like to pay proper attention to number 13 on the agenda. And I don't know what the timeliness is that of number 13. Is it needed to be addressed today? And how much time you estimated it would take to go through the budget amendment?
How long do you want to questions we have, but we've all had a chance to review.
I can do the
Look at
budget
it.
amendment in 5 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, we're gonna have another budget amendment.
We will have, that's why, we're going to have
This
a
is just the
final one in
first-
June,
first-
but we
Lead
just
into
wanted to
the
get,
ultimate, which will come the end of June.
Okay.
we just wanted to get this one approved tonight, just so we have it.
Okay.
But it'll be quick because this is not the final budget amendment.
Okay.
All right, well, let's start with, I would like to bring motion 1003, that the board authorize the administration to A, award a contract to Weingart for a 2024 Exmark 96-inch lawnmower in an amount not to exceed $33,199 funded through the general fund. And B, award a contract to Gorno Ford for a new 2024 Transit 250 cargo van in an amount not to exceed $47,787 funded through the food service fund balance as presented.
All right, well, I have a motion properly presented by Dr. Campbell Boytel and supported by Ms. McIntyre. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but I do realize that Sarah is out. Do we have any questions?
We just reviewed this at finance, and I'll kind of save Mike the pain of going through this. We purchased a brand new mower in 2021. We're actually planning on purchasing the exact same mower that we purchased 3 years ago. The second mower that we had in place running for a long time is finally run it was bought in 2012, so it's 11 years old, and it's run its course. And so it no longer makes sense to throw more money onto an old lawnmower. So we're buying a replacement, the exact same kind that we bought 2 years ago, and we have funds for it. It's a pretty straightforward, and we're buying it through a consortium, so we're getting a best price kind of approach. The van also, it's an old step van. We are getting a deal through Gorno Ford as well. Part of the food program is you cannot carry an excess balance on it. You must have a plan to spend it. It's an old vehicle, and so some of that excess fund balance in the food services program, we're going to use to purchase this replacement or this new box van for distribution of food. There's really not this is pretty cut and dry. It's a base level van and it's a base level lawnmower.
We're getting a
We're
deal
doing is
on
just
both.
replacing really old ones that we have.
Right.
All right, any questions, concerns, comments? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the award's passed. That brings us to number 13.
Okay.
Dr. Campbell Boytel.
Yes, I bring motion number 105, that the board approve the fiscal year 24 April budget amendment as presented.
Support.
All right, so I heard Jim on that. So I have a motion properly presented by Dr. Campbell Boytel and supported by Mr. Mazurek.
In less than 5 minutes. I'm not even gonna, I'm just gonna cover that slide. So I'll basically just kind of stick on this one slide and then you can review the other pieces of it unless there's questions. So just the key takeaways. So this budget amendment is the variance versus the budget that the board approved back in June of last year, the initial budget. So that it's up $58 from what we had budgeted. We budgeted $400. It came in at $458. So that was some good news compared to the original budget last June of $393,000. This budget does include some one-time funding for Section 11T of $3 million. We did take down the enrollment to reflect what actually has happened, which is 82 FTE lower than what we included in the budget. So that's a loss of $783,000 in revenue. On the plus side, there are some new categorical allocations that were included in the school aid bill, which we did not have when we actually approved the initial budget. Enrollment stabilization, some MIPSers money, transportation, and some educator compensation. So we got some new categoricals totaling of about $1.5 million of additional revenue compared to the original budget, which is good. And just probably, I think week before last, we got notification from Wayne Risa that we were awarded a new mental health and support services grant, Section 31N6. It's actually $816,244. So that will be used to, obviously, we're going to have to spend this by September 30th, 24. So we've factored that into this budget amendment, which is good news. Wages and salaries. What we basically have in here is what we had included in some of our initial consideration for a wage reopener. So we just kind of stuck with those dollars. And that did include a retention bonus that would have been payable in June of about $1 million. So we don't know where we're going. We're in negotiations, but
This June, sorry.
yes, it would have been, yes. We'll see how that all shakes out with future negotiations, but there's a provision for it. And then finally, bottom line is there's a lot of data in here, a lot of numbers, but at the end of the day, compared to the original budget, which was a loss of $888,000, we've improved a little bit to a loss of $689,000. So this year, not a lot of changes right now. Again, Sarah, you stepped out, but we'll have a final budget amendment in June, along with the initial budget for 24-25.
And Mike, would you expect that, or maybe Finance Committee, you would expect that because the 1 million, would you still accrue the negative 1 million as of June? If we don't, I mean,
So
we
what?
don't pay it in June.
Right.
Does it flip over to a new school year and then we'll expect to see actually adding to the fund balance?
So yes, what would happen is if we don't have it, if we don't pay it, so that would be $1 million less in cost. The other thing is we're using partially about $320,000 of educator compensation, which was a grant, which we have to spend by September 30th. So if we don't pay this by June 30th, we'll roll over that revenue as well. So we won't incur the cost of $1 million this year, but we won't be able to take the revenue this year either. Both of the revenue piece.
The 320.
Yeah.
So is the net of all that an additional about 680?
About 600,000, right.
Which is,
right. Yes.
would mean we would be flat against budget as opposed to down
That's correct.
888.
Right. Yeah.
So
Barring
we
any
would
other
be-
changes with the final budget
I
amendment.
mean,
Yeah.
if we're throwing darts at the dartboard for June, because it's May,
Right.
we think we're doing almost $889,000 better than we thought we were.
Compared to the
Looking
original
ahead.
budget last June.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments, questions? No, it's a different topic.
No, and again, we'll do a final budget amendment like June 20, whatever it is. And so all the guesses will be corrected in and out, and we'll finalize the number. And whatever that date is, June 22nd, June 25th, whatever that last meeting is before the end of the month, because we have to do it by June 30th. So by law, we have to.
All right.
All right.
Any other comments or questions? All right. All those in favor all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes. That brings us to number 14. Are any added agenda items?
President Wilson, if you wouldn't
Yes,
mind,
yeah.
I just want to make sure it goes on the record tonight. I feel really bad for our orchestra because it was on the agenda for tonight. When I reached out to her to say, hey, what happened? She indicated that my email said October 14th. So she thought it was in the fall. And I was meaning May 14th. It is completely my fault. She feels totally embarrassed and does not want the board to think that she would ever just blow off a board meeting. I said that I would make sure that I let people know that it was my fault. We will schedule them to come in the fall, but I also wanted to share with you, because they're not here tonight. One of the reasons why I wanted them to come was they just competed at the states, and they earned straight ones and all A's and A pluses. And the judges have recommended them to perform at the Michigan Music Conference, which means they're one of the best orchestras in the state to receive that recommendation. It's not a done deal. They have to apply still, and they have to submit a performance video. But that was one of the reasons I wanted her to come tonight. And we were going to have them bring the middle high school kids together and play in the lobby. It was totally my fault. So please do not hold her accountable for that at all. But I told her we would absolutely get them here in the fall to give you an update on the program. And that way she can rest easy. So
This is the middle school.
middle and high school, because the high school's in their first year this year. So this is the first time she has a combined orchestra available. So she's intending to bring kids from all three schools together.
Tell her thank you, and we look forward to it.
I totally understand.
You fell on the sword.
That was my fault. She hasn't been writing.
I'm gonna
All
invite
right,
Roland.
observing any added agenda items? Anyone else? So questions, comments from board members?
Yes, I would like to address when the next time we are going to discuss the ALPS programming, if it's going to be on the agenda, the next meeting. What is our next meeting? Is it at Cook or is our next meeting at Cow?
It's Thursday, but that's for.
You're right. I wasn't I don't want to add anything to that meeting. So could we, I know we've already discussed it in a cow. I don't know if there's desire to do that again, or if you'd rather discuss it again at a board meeting, that we address it again
There's some
either.
thinking, though, it might be worth discussing in the cow.
So make sure it's added. I guess I'm asking if we could, then do you think if there's,
Do we have the time to add it to another meeting, or should we discuss it a little bit now? I mean,
I do not want to discuss it a little bit now.
We have to do it in public. So a cow is not as public of a meeting as we'd like it to be. So, well, we can have a discussion at cow preparatory. I really would like to do it at a public meeting. I'll be honest, we had we do have to do some thinking. And I don't know what the answer is. I'm not going to pretend like I do know the answer, but communication was, I counted 7 or 8 people talked about the communication that we need to do a better job of that. I get it. That's a valid, absolute valid. Every single one of the parents here was a second grader, right? And so they have one opinion about doing it one way. The other option would, and I'm throwing out ideas without, you could say, oh, well, we're not going to move the 3rd graders, we'll move the 5th graders. I have a feeling if you said that, the 5th grader parents would be here in the same piece of it. So I don't, one way or the other, there's going to be some issues. So I don't know the answer.
I think you're totally right. And I agree with you also about the cow being less public, but maybe it would give us a chance to discuss it. Maybe we need to discuss it twice at 21 and 28.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think it is probably valuable. Whatever thinking you do between now and then, maybe it's a short update on the 21 so that we can discuss it. And then, but we can't make a decision on the cow. It's got to be a public.
Sure. Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. Definitely. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the data is in a much better place now. I think what is tricky and what parents don't understand is, yes, we can forecast, but they can take a winter test and they can be solid on track from kindergarten for ALPS. They can take a winter test and that'll miss them. So it really is those winter tests that decipher who is making that initial criteria, and then we got to go to subsequent screening, which takes time. So I don't disagree with a lot of the comments. I thought they had some really great points, but that data piece is huge with the winter test. If the kids do not make that benchmark, they do not get screened for ALPS. It's just a big variable. But I think now our data is, we know we have at least 88 who are making that invitation threshold.
Can I way to get a breakdown too of like which elementary schools they're coming from and which middle school they would be feeding to? Like there's a couple, the Ridgewood cut.
Yeah.
Right. So
Can I make
that into consideration too?
Yeah, this is a lot of ado about question mark, because if I was a betting woman, I would imagine that people are going to skip ALPS for the 3rd grade and go to ALPS in 4th and
That
5th
as
grade.
well. Yeah.
That is what is going to happen. There will be some that don't. Silver Springs probably feeds the fewest ALPS students.
It changes every year. This year they have a solid cohort. I mean, it's not enough for a full section, but it's a solid cohort.
Okay, well, in any case, those kids will go because yay, I'm just staying in my homeschool. But that's what, I'm just a simple parent who has been in these programs for, 8 years, but I think that's what you're going to see. And instead of having your plan to hit it at 3rd grade, you're going to have 110 kids in the 4th grade that we didn't plan for that never went to the 3rd grade. So I think that parent numbers, one of them made the point, like, maybe we should figure out if this is actually going to be 88 kids with this program, instead of operating from the procedure that every year it's been the way it's been. And so this is the rise that we're predicting to see, and then find out we don't see it. And we could have had 3 classrooms at Ammerman, but could we? Because maybe if they were at Ammerman, they would go, but Silver Springs, they won't.
So back when we're going to discuss this,
My
I know,
point is,
I
think
know,
it would, in
I
order
know,
to discuss it, I would like to know who's actually going to attend Silver Springs for third grade in Alps.
Yeah, and so, which is what Lisa's asking for. So to me, it sounds like something we definitely, if Dr. Brock, you think it's feasible for us to discuss it next week with the data that Lisa asked for, is that too short of a window for us to discuss it at the cow?
So I think what's tricky is, to Sarah's point, if we don't say this is the option, or if we have this as an option, are you accepting placement? It's hard because we don't know. We will have, and we had 1 year.
People might say no, and then when it comes down to it, say yes.
We do have that happen. And we had a year.
So the way you're talking makes me feel like you're saying that this is what is going to happen, that the third grade is going to be at Silver Springs next year.
So I think why we came with a solid plan was to go to parents then and say, here is our solid plan for expansion for this year. Would you like to come or not? We can go to them with 2 hypotheticals. I know that there were some suggestions, like give us a plan A and B, and then ask them if they will come based on A or B and have them opt in. I think that all of the discussion really revolved around bringing a solid plan to parents and then seeing where they would land. There are parents who are going to opt in no matter what, because they have been dreaming of this moment for 5 years. There are parents who naturally fell into this, and it's going to be a larger discussion. So,
Is there a possibility to tell them, what if you had to be in a 32 or 33 kid classroom at Ammerman?
But isn't that already the numbers? Aren't the numbers already like that?
That's 101 divided by 3.
But they are they.
so again, the unknown is the summer move-ins, the new to Northville, the appeals process, which yes, people do say, he or she didn't get in, we need further consideration. But we also have spring NWA data to have more data points for that student. We also have their end of year report card. So we just really cannot, we can maybe ascertain appeals and kind of have an idea of who's going to appeal. The new to Northville is the wild card. There's really no way to say who's moving into all these new homes being built, who's going to sell their house over the summer and move in with Alps kids. So that's a hard number to really firm up at this
Do
point.
we know with, I don't know, you don't want to talk about this. So just wondering, another data point for a committee of the whole would be maybe the Downs development. I've always thought was going to go to Silver Springs.
Yeah, it
In
is.
districting, can we put all those kids there and a third grade Alps program?
We
We're
do
so
know
far
just
away
from
from there.
finance, we
Well,
had
we're not
70
years away.
We had 7,400 kids in our district in 2017. We're at 69. We have room for every freaking Downs kid. Every baby that making the Downs, we have room for them. Now,
Somewhere, I agree, somewhere.
we know. Now, how many of those kids turn out to be Alps?
I'm not asking that. I'm saying
That's 5
like,
years down the road.
So I guess the reason I brought it up is because I wanted to discuss it later.
You don't want to discuss it at 11:30 at night?
I kind of don't. I mean, I need a processing time.
Is anyone going on Washington DC?
Yeah, I got to get to the airport. Oh my God. Ron, go home.
just like, don't even go to sleep now at this point. Just, we'll see you at the IHOP later. Because there's nothing to do on that trip. It's super a lot of downtime. Super relaxing.
Nothing but a nap.
No walking at all.
I do like
Before
the
we walk
idea.
away, I want to
Yeah.
give these guys some direction on what to cover next week and sort of get some direction.
yeah.
Just walk out with our hands in the air about, next week or the week after. We could
Sure.
Yeah.
probably bring our hands over this one for weeks. So
Yes.
what are the top 3 things that people want to see or hear about it?
Well, I
Have some time to digest for sure.
yes, but I definitely would like to see the things that Lisa brought up in terms of where they're coming from and where they would go. And also how many classrooms.
Well, right now, they're all going to go to Silver Spring. Right?
No, just the third grade.
What? I'm sorry.
No, she means like, where are the students, what is their home school and what middle school would they be going to?
Yeah.
The
But
homeschool and what middle school? You know what I was asking.
So-
And what middle school would they be slated for?
And so you're thinking, because we had quite a pattern of suggestion that we think of another, for a better term, magnet Alps program.
Satellite, I think.
Satellite was the better word. And so is that kind of what you're thinking? If we understood where the clusters might be, that there might be some logic?
Yeah, curious if that would, I know you guys have had like lengthy discussions
Right.
around like this third grade cohort. And it sounds like there's also some ask around like, what is our future planning to?
It's a good question, but at the end of the day, it does come back down to, there are already commitments to a new program at Ridgewood and a new program. So that doesn't change.
Yeah, I think it's.
So therefore,
You either have to get a temp, you have to have big class sizes, you got to send them to Silver Springs part-time, or you got to send them to Silver Springs forever. Isn't that
I'll
what
tell
the,
you what,
I mean,
those-
and
I
you,
hear you on the
and maybe it's not even any of those. So maybe it's not a temp or this or that, but like, isn't that the like universe of possibilities?
Oh, that's interesting.
And then-
Send them to Silver Spring forever. And
Well,
that's,
that's-
that's
what I was
Silver
wondering.
Spring.
Yeah.
So the whole program moves from Ammerman.
But
over
no,
to-
no, what I was saying is just the third grade.
No, you would begin a cohort model where
Yes.
you would have the fourth and fifth graders stay at Ammerman. You would start a third grade group, 2 sections at Silver Springs, and then you would roll them up, third, fourth, fifth, over 3 years. You build an Alps.
Oh, I understand
west
that,
and
but you-
east
you've
or
gotta
north and
roll
south.
down Ammerman if you're rolling up Silver Spring.
But I think the question is there, I mean, I think the one big question, like if we're, do we want to do something at 11:30 at night or between now and February and March 28th that's going to affect hundreds of kids for years and years to come with what we know and what we can know by May? Or do we want to make a solution for a year and then make a real plan?
Well, I think the second option is better, obviously.
The-
But
the-
we have a real plan for what to do this year.
Make a long-term, involve the community, that kind of, what they're asking for at the
real plan. That comes
The
subsequent.
long-term planning question.
Right, yeah, I think the
Right.
long-term planning question is in the room too, right? That we see how great our instruction is, that kids are really maximizing what they get. You know, we've also talked about, we talked about it in a cow, would we ever consider how we might look at other criteria? But we've also talked about how that is difficult because siblings have met certain criteria and, you know, we had that conversation a little bit tonight too.
But you could grandfather, I mean, there's ways we could step things out, but we just, I mean,
Yeah, I don't-
we don't have a lot of time,
So
so.
we heard a parent say, we heard many parents say, we want more voice, and a couple mentioned a survey. Would it make sense for us to go to the incoming third grade class and say, option A, y'all go to Silver Springs. Option B, we split the cohort, which we had a lot of discussion about that, we just didn't land there, but it sounds like they are. So does it make sense to send it out to the parents and say, what do you think? What is your?
And then
opinion?
how do you determine the split?
Yeah, I think,
Because when all of this was
Mm.
going on, it was split them, but I'm going to Ammerman.
Yep.
Split them, but my child's going to Ammerman. So they're, not that all would say that, those were the ones that reached out. So that is the other piece, is there's going to be a split, but transportation or busing or location of your home dictates which program you go to.
It's in my opinion, it's too complicated to commit ourselves to something that's going to affect hundreds of kids for many years between now and May 28th with the questions that we have. And the only question that we can pose to ourselves or to this cohort is, what are we going to do with a bunch of kids this year? But I also think if one of those choices is skip third grade and just go to the real Alps, which is fourth and fifth grade, we're going to have less than 88 kids.
One of the
Less than
things I
100.
would think about consideration about when you think about the class size conversation, as Sandra included in her presentation, we do have a cutoff date, but it's usually much later in the summer. I think one of the things to rattle around on, certainly not tonight, is are we willing to say what that maximum would be if we tried to squeeze them all into 3 rooms? And then are we comfortable as a district saying, we're full, there's nobody else, like this is all the room we have, so for this year, we're done. I mean, we do say that to parents eventually, but it's usually much later in the year. We'd have to say that to them much earlier, depending on how the numbers roll out. So yeah, you could put 33 in a classroom and teachers might be okay with that and parents might be okay with that, but then we will.
Is that, do we feel as a board? I mean, we got people screaming that 22 is too big. Well, we as a board honestly look at each other and go, yeah, we think 33 is okay at third grade.
Just a point of clarification.
I'm sorry, but.
I just point of clarification. Aren't the Alps class sizes bigger than, they're not, what are the
They had
current,
28.
what are they at right now?
They had 28.
I don't
Oh,
wanna
okay,
misspeak.
3 through
Usually-
5.
Yeah, we usually keep
Okay.
them on par.
Okay.
Our FAQ, we're really transparent with that.
I don't disagree. I think it's a choice between bad options for those parents.
Yeah,
It's like,
I-
do you want to be in a cohesive place for 3 years, or do you want 32 or 33 kids in your class? I mean, and
But sometimes
People
as
will
adults,
disagree on that.
sometimes as boards, we got to say that's a bad decision.
it's a bad decision to
And-
send people to
and-
3 schools in 3 years.
No, I invite you all to send them my way. Give them my phone number and my email and send them my way. I'll take it. But you got, I don't think that's a shitty option. A really, really shitty.
It is a shitty option. It is. You're right.
I just want that out on the table. But I understand.
I mean, I'm only suggesting it for 1 year.
I got-
Because what I'm suggesting is do something, like, the first question should be, do we want to like commit to a situation and that's that? Which, or do we want to do something for a year and then? have
Yeah,
a
but I heard a lot of them say, we don't want a year.
Yeah.
We wanted to sit, we want, what is the answer, and take your time and make the right decision. And maybe we can't make it by the 21st or 28th. Maybe we need an extra couple weeks, but I don't think blowing this off for a year makes any sense either.
When do the letters normally go out to parents?
Typically by this time, they would have gone out and it
Uh-huh.
would have said parent orientation, come learn about the program.
Got it.
Yes or no.
Okay.
So the answer is the 21st and the 28th.
Okay.
Okay.
Before we finish, I'd like to thank Dr. Brock sincerely. I will be putting a written communication to the board as far as questions around timeline with the attached documents for that, so you can have that. Also a reminder, we did not have a meeting April 30th or May 7th. This was our first opportunity to have a public conversation on camera with the proposal, which is clearly delineated and clarified in the Friday updates, that it was indeed a proposal for us to have a conversation about. I do not expect Dr. Brock to be able to predict these things. We had an inkling of it, and on May or March 1st, we wanted to make sure that we might see something coming, but we weren't sure yet. I want to thank Katie and Devin, who's not here right now, as well as all the teachers you've interfaced with. You know, the fact is there are decisions that we have to make as leaders, and oftentimes there's no decision that makes any of us feel good walking away from it. And this is a situation we heard from impassioned parents. One caught me out there, and I get it. And empathetically, changes and moves are there. What I would simply ask from everybody on this board and the community is, when I look at Sandra, Katie, and Aaron, and Mike, and Beth, and Rebecca, is that we assume, if you can't assume positive intent, I would ask that we assume at least moderate intent, but certainly not negative intent. I am personally grateful for all of the work and effort you guys have done to try to find a situation or solution that can best fit a highly charged piece. I get to see how you work every day. I get to see who you work with, how you help people. And I just want to say that I'm really grateful for that. And the fact is, how many years has Alpus been in existence, Sandra?
1987.
Is this our first spike like this?
No, 10 years ago, but we've done a solid job since then. This is the first.
Oh, I think you've done a solid job. This is your first spike in a decade.
Yeah,
Okay.
like board meeting spike?
No, in numbers.
Oh, I mean, it's increased, not this big.
This
We
big.
went from a split dissolve, go to 2 sections, but this is big.
This is big. Yeah. So, you know, this is part of it. And I'll say this, and I can't believe you didn't say it, Brock. This is a good problem. You know, the fact of the matter is that you can have two problems in life. And one of those problems is one that's going to be fatal, or is going to close your business or your organization, or we're sitting here talking about closing down an elementary school because we're losing enrollment. Or you get to face a problem that is, how do we try to solve something that's a bit of a sticky wicket, but together we can do it and have that. And so I am glad that we're trying to solve this problem and not a problem that so many of my colleagues around the state are, which are, what elementary building do we close down because enrollment has declined to that level. So Katie, thank you for being here tonight. And your building, I'm going to tell you right now, I've been a few places, I've done this for 30 years, and there's not one elementary school I wouldn't put my son in this building, in this district, including yours. Not one. And this is my life. And I get the privilege of being in our buildings on a daily basis. I was in 5 today. There's not one building I wouldn't put my kid in. And he's the most important thing to me, bar none. So thank you all. I just wanted to say that very much on a long evening.
All right. Anything else on Alps? I do want to acknowledge one thing. I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't. I did want to acknowledge Mr. Jones's letter that he wrote to the board. It was in our packet, if not Friday, I forget. I want to give him props for writing what I thought was a very well-reasoned, passionate, brave letter to write to us. And I happen to agree with him on almost every point that he made. That's my personal feeling on it, but I know it's late and there's no time to discuss it, and I don't know if there's an appetite to anyway, but I did at least want to say that I appreciate that he wrote that and went to that length, and I hear him on just about every point that he made, if not every point. Anything else from folks?
No, I just will say, along those lines, I'm glad that you brought that up. I did also really appreciate his email, and I guess what bothered me the most about it is that I don't like the idea of people feeling like they're not being heard or they're being disregarded, and I apologize if that intent was somehow conveyed.
Yeah, I think it's good that you brought it up because he did indicate, I think the word was targeted, feeling targeted, which I don't think was anybody's intent. He indicated that he didn't feel listened to and heard because the high school didn't go with no cell phones. And I really regarded that as like a political compromise. The way sausage gets made so there were a lot of parents who thought we should do a consistent policy and not have cell phones at the high school. So I didn't think that was at all an indication on him, and I don't think anyone should at all. A number of us went to talk with him, visit with him, and talk it all over. So it's important that he not feel that way or be left with that feeling, certainly.
All right, anything else? Let's call us adjourned at 11:38.